All right. Um, Thank you all for tuning in. So just getting right into it, our first match today that we are about to go into is Summit 2 versus Admin Aces 2. So, looking at the bracket here quickly, Summit 2 had a pretty strong winners run, and then in winners semis, they lost in a close 2-1 defeat to Windmill 2 that brought them here. Admin Aces lost a little earlier in winners quarters to Duct 2, and actually had to beat Geohazard 2 in losers to make it to this match. As for the captains, I don't really know if there's a distinct captain for Admin Aces, but Mac Tackle is captaining Summit 2. So what do you guys think? What are you guys going to be looking out for in this match? How do you think it's going to go?
I
I mean,
mean, yeah,
obviously Mac Tackle.
Mac Tackle's the difference maker. 1,000,000, 10%, one MVP for a reason, I think, is the argument you can make right there. Back in, it was season 3. Admin Aces have an uphill battle, absolutely, but who knows? Maybe they have a little bit of luck on their side, a little bit of pixie dust in the back pocket that can pull them through, but it is heavily favored to Summit, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously MVP factor, obviously, but I mean, Summit 2, they also made it a little bit farther. I'd say Windmill 2 is probably a better team than Duct 2, just based off of what I've seen.
Bracket.
Duct 2 also got eliminated or got sent down in the upper semis. So it's obviously two very good teams that have made it this far. But obviously, I think Summit 2, also based on the success of the original versions of the teams. I mean, it's Admin Aces. It's kind of a meme team, but I mean, that could obviously change. This is a whole new tournament.
Yeah, no, it is. I agree that I think it is fair to say that purely based on the bracket, we could say Summit are the favorites here, but we won't know for sure until we actually get into the match here. And well, actually, I guess since Mag Tackle's the center of attention here, has he been playing a lot of Wrecking Ball? Like, is Wrecking Ball still like a really strong sort of archetype defining character in Overwatch 2, like in Overwatch 1, or has he been having to swap off a lot?
Just based on the meta, I haven't seen too much Wrecking Ball getting played. I haven't specifically been watching for the Mac Tackle Wrecking Ball, but obviously Mac Tackle is very flexible. They've played a lot of different roles before and have dominated on all main tanks. So I don't think Mac Tackle is going to have to make too many adjustments switching off the Wrecking Ball. And I think Doomfist plays a very similar style that I think Mac, if they're going to be running Doom-centric comps, they'll be fine. And I also think that Doom isn't so overpowered that you need to run it. I think you can also run the Wrecking Ball and still be fine.
Yeah, that's right. Doom is definitely one of the strongest. I think like the go-to dive hero right now in this patch. So it would not surprise me if we see quite a bit of that if either of these teams end up going for that dive archetype. But there are also other options, of course. So we're going to New Queen Street, which is also talking about in the server. That's also a very interesting thing. I mean, push as a new game mode. I think it's safe to say that a lot of people are still figuring out how it works. It's just how exactly they need to take team fights, what the sort of strategy is just completely new. It's an interesting thing to see. And I've been hearing that Mercy is broken on push, or that Res just gets so much value. So I don't know if you guys think these teams are going to be running Mercy, but it's a real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you hear all of the things from the beta just praising Lucio. If you're a good mechanical Lucio player, you're able to do quite a bit more, it seems, at least at the start of Overwatch 2 here. So you're going to be looking to that. But Lucio Mercy, I've seen it run before. It wouldn't surprise me, especially if you get somebody good to damage boost, potentially like the Soldier 76 or the Sojourn. As both have kind of had their impact. Soldier more than most, but yeah, I feel like there's definitely some impact high value players that can take advantage of these changes that have come into the game and really make it work for them.
Yeah, I really think this is going to come down mainly to the DPS and tank play. But obviously, New Queen Street is a very new map, so there's a lot of different metas that could be run here. I'm really interested to see what the teams are going to end up running here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with DPS impact increased, not only with the strength of the DPS heroes, but Soldier 76, and I mean, who people say is the best hero, is just really strong.
God,
There's
chat.
a lot of high ground.
What am I watching in chat?
We got some Mogus going on.
you know,
Very Amogus
completely, even though it's a beta, completely polished game, no flaws, no bugs at all. Smile. But yeah, sometimes you need a little Among Us spam, calm the nerves here, because this is an elimination match. One of these teams will be out of it here, and the other is going to keep pushing on, hoping to make that lower bracket run back to grand finals. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what's going on. Both teams ready to roll out here on New Queen Street, and pretty much the main difference we're seeing is kind of that Winston versus Zarya right now.
Yeah, the Zarya is obviously going to be much more of a brawl rush style. Coming out from Higo, moving in very aggressively, gets the bubble from Sephora. That's going to build up some charge on that laser beam. And now it's going to be the dive coming in. Pear's going to be the first to fall. Point has just opened up. There's going to be some fighting over there. Mac Tackle going to be taken down, evening things out. But with Cypher gone, there's no main tank now for Admin Ace to be pushing in with. And Bolton Cake is getting low. They're going to start pushing all the way into Summit 2. But nobody's really pushing the point now, finally getting some progress on.
Yes, indeed. They won that fight resoundingly. So, and sometimes it's just a one pick you need, right? It forces Admin Aces to fall back, wait for their Lucio.
Ooh, Obi, the translocator gets destroyed, and they're going to be immediately punished by the Lucio there, taking a lot of damage in this fight. But now it's again Cypher falling down.
Right, and this timing's going to be important.
Yep, here comes the coalescence coming out from Bolton Cake and Lylum. Beats dropped as well for both sides, so no support ultimates left.
Yes, indeed, and with this forward cap onto that point, that means that Summit will have forward spawns now, so even if they do fall or lose a fight, they're going to get a pretty good recontest, at least before that bot gets back to the center of the map, which is something you love to see, and they're just pushing the spawn doors here extremely aggressively.
Yeah, they know they have that forward spawn, and again, Ahi able to take down Pear. It's an early pick yet again for Summit 2. I don't think they've had a fight where they have... They're grave, but the bubble from Sephora, huge value from these bubbles coming out, and the cart, the barrier continues to move forward, and the Admin Aces continue to move back to the spawn.
Yes, indeed, they're going to have to regroup and spawn. They had to be... and Obi on the Soldier has been a menace in the past.
Yeah, Ahi can be taken.
We've driven them to extinction. That's what I'm talking about. I've worked with cynics before.
Aces.
Yep, they are starting to get their progress, moving the forward spawns as well. Finally getting the first 5 meters in. Bolton Cake and Lylum both drop in their ultimates, but Pear is taken down by Mac Tackle, able to get that 1v1 win. Now continuing to push forward.
You don't have to get all the way to the end of the map. You just have to make sure you push farther than the opponent, and they've got it at a pretty good distance already, but this engage from Admin Aces could be big here, especially with the beat.
Yeah, Reaper. Now they're going all the way to touch the spawn doors. No ultimates here other than the beat for Admin Aces. They have to touch now. They have to touch soon. Focusing in on Mac Tackle, they get the kill. Grab comes out and onto Cypher. That could be enough to turn this fight. Ahi able to get a kill as well. It's a 3.
Let the push commence.
Lylum coming in with their ultimate, trying to keep the entire team alive. Bolton Cake falls before they can get theirs off as well, and that is going to be it. Admin Aces was a very quick map 1. Summit looked dominant that entire time.
Lincoln, you miss it. I feel like that game just went by far too quickly. Summit felt in control the entire time. Admin Aces, once they switched over to the Zarya themselves, kind of had a little bit of a pushback, but by then they were at such a robot pushing disadvantage that it was almost impossible to overcome. And when Ahi's doing things like this on the Reaper, this is like, it truly feels impossible to win.
Yeah, and I mean, just the 5K there really ended any chance of coming back into it. If somebody lives, you know, you might be able to stall enough for the 4 to come back, but with 5 immediately dying, you're not going to get the massive team fight that you want. You're forced to beat out of spawn just to touch the point. And that was kind of the end for Admin Aces. Unless they came through with a huge overtime push and won that fight, it wasn't going to be any chance, really. So Summit coming out of the gate strong. They just need one more map win. They're going to be moving on, and Admin Aces, their tournament's going to be over.
Yes, indeed. But Admin Aces do get map pick here, and they can kind of getting a feel for their opponent, at least so far. If they didn't have any sort of reads, they do now. Summit looking dominant on the Brawl comp, so potentially take them to a map where dive is more suited. You know, we have maps like Watchpoint Gibraltar in the pool, which are super suited to the dive, that they clearly wanted to run. But at the same time, I feel like they weren't necessarily bad on the Brawl. Like, they had some good stall attempts, as well as when they came out initially on the Zarya Soldier Reaper comp. They were able to push back Summit, able to take that team fight cleanly. And so maybe their Brawl was good, it's just they were too late at adapting. So that's something that can easily be fixed in the server as long as someone calls it out. But yeah, Summit, they truly do look powerful. There's a reason you got an MVP on this team. This team won their season. It's all for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also a lot of new maps that could be picked. You know, there's obviously you could be going to more of an escort style map with I'm drawing a blank on the name, the Monte Carlo one.
Yes, it is a Circuit Royale.
Yes, Circuit Royale. I love that map. I love it. Great map.
I was gonna say I do enjoy that map as well as that map. You know, we've seen a few different styles both across A and B League kind of develop. You know, some people have developed bunker comps that kind of exist on both the first and second points, sort of fall apart on third, but then we've seen some people rush it, some people dive it. It truly is a map that leaves a lot open to you, I feel, as a player. The only downside to that map, I will say, is that second point high ground for defense is just so oppressive. If you can't get a clean snowball going through most of second point to at least secure that high ground or take it away from the defenders, it truly is a pain.
Yeah, and there's only 2 reds to really get up there. It's kind of difficult to get up there, but we haven't even seen the map confirmed, so maybe we don't talk too much. It's going to be Midtown. I also love this map. I love it. It's great. There's nothing... This is one of my, the game's only been out for 4 or 5 days, but this is quickly becoming one of my favorite maps. Midtown is so much fun to play on. It reminds me a lot of Kings Row in terms of just the aesthetic style. Obviously, it's 2 big city maps, so you know there's gonna be some similarities there, but just in terms of, I love the first point, you know, that the choke that you can go through either the subway or through underneath it. I think the fire truck cart is very fun. I think this is a great map. I think it's going to be a great way to continue this series as well.
Well, yeah, and I mean, to go off your Kings Row comparison, it truly is quite alike. As you said, there's that first initial choke where you can't go through the subway, you can't go through below, very reminiscent of that first gateway on Kings Row. You know, if you're a super aggressive team, you can hold straight at the gateway, just to kind of deny the attackers some space right away. But if you want to play passive, play around point, that works too on Midtown here. There's a few different buildings you can hide in, which is really great for the supports right now to just be able to have a place that they can feel safe, at least for a moment, to dish out this healing. As well as I feel like, at least here on First Point, this giant fire truck is almost like the name of the game. I feel like you always see someone chased around it in like a cartoon-esque style. There's just a running back and forth, somebody trying to get someone else.
I love playing around the fire truck on Widow, taking like peeks out into May and see if you can hit the high ground, hitting nice little like mini jump shots off the.
Ready for battle.
DPS as well. Some minor changes, but looks like the same general comp is going to be run here by Summit. Admin Ace is going with this Diva look.
Yeah, and it's just another dive composition look, except this time you're running the Sombra paired with it, and I feel like it's going to be very important.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Mobilizing.
Let's get loud.
Enemies on my radar.
Falls. No more Sombra on the field, but Mac Tackle, they're gonna caught. There's people everywhere. This is truly deathmatch. I
Is within my reach. Pain is inevitable.
point now. It's gonna be Ahi looking to touch at the 99%, 98% actually, but he already takes down cameraman, so that's gonna be the team fight really.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Engaging thrusters.
Your end is within my reach.
No. Forward barrier activated.
As the cart starts to move underneath the Midtown tunnel. Parody able to get an assassination onto Suga's move. No more Ana in the fight now. And the cart continues to get pushed. It's going to have to be the drop down here. Ahi looking for something, but unable to really get any positioning here without their Ana.
Yes, indeed. They're having to just play the waiting game while their Ana sets up somewhere safe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Admin Aces, they could be going in with a good EMP here. I say that, though, they pull out the pole.
They are so far ahead into the spawn of their opponents, and the support are going to be demeched here. Sugar's move again taking.
The payload. Team kill.
Ahorita regreso. Initiating defense matrix.
Bear gonna be taken down with the first swipe of that blade by Mac Tackle. Gonna swipe through again, take down Bolton Cake, and that's gonna be the first fight win here for Summit. Admin says they used the beat, so that's one ultimate out of their bank, but Summit used 2. They're now only left with this beat, but they're coming up on their next ultimate. Well, from Gavin, not quickly enough to save the Diva Bomb.
I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way.
Ripped the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say EMP Visor could have secured them this final fight here that they're about to be in, but they used the Visor early, so now the EMP is going to be in on its own, but scouted by the Diva. Pushed out.
Yep, so it's just going to be a little bit of a delay on that. Bolton Cake coming up on their ultimate, so they're going to have a little bit of more... oh, there's going to be the big EMP. Catches on a 3. Sugar's move again. Taken down. They have not had a good time in this game. They've been the first kill so many times. Now Ahi, it's their turn to move in, but it's entirely DM'd. Just completely taken away the value there. Cypher so much just eat now with that 3 seconds of DM now. Back tackle, it's all going to be on this blade. Everybody else is falling around. One or two more people to come back, but the move has to be coming out now. Mac Tackle, they pull out the blade. They're not able to get the final slice. They're going to be taken down. Pair healed up to full. They were so close to being taken down. Gavin now pulling out the beat. There's so much sustain now. Cypher, they have this Diva Bomb if they need it. They're going to be using it probably aggressively here. Oh, no, they're just going to be using it to re-Mac now. Camera taken down. Mac Tackle coming back, though, on this. Oh, no. Cypher taking down Ahi. That's a big crunch there. Sephora also demech. They're taken out of the fight. Back tackle not able to do enough on the Bastion. And it's going to be not anybody able.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
So well for them on push, but who knows, it could be a variance in game mode. Maybe dive truly is the way to go.
Yeah, and I think that it's been very, very good so far from Admin Aces. This has been a really good bounce back, like we've said. Sephora, moving over to the Zarya, that seems to be more their comfort pick. Although, if you did watch the Empowerment Cup, I saw Sephora playing a lot of Diva, I believe. So, very capable on all of those heroes, but it seems like the team comp is more comfortable being built around the Zarya. And that can do a lot, especially with the Diva getting buffed to their defense matrix. You got to get them out of mech fast if you want to be having your Genji or your Reaper being able to chunk down a lot of the health of the opponents. So they can get the D-mechs here early. It's going to be big for Sephora. Unblockable damage with that left click.
Yes, indeed. Both teams just scouting each other out now, kind of peeking. And it seems like they're going to have a struggle here on Summit to try to find out where they want to engage. Ooh, nearly killing Parity there.
Yeah, that would have been a nice kill to open things up, but they're able to translocate out. Now they're just stuck in this underground area, trying to play around this mega area. Cypher, they're going to be saving their DM for this next engage. And they're going to be collapsing here onto Mac Tackle. Parity, again, forced to translocate out. It's been costing them a lot of damage, but here's the D-Mech onto Cypher. It's Sephora taking it out. Now the DPS can really get to work here, and get to work they do. Ahi and Max Tackle finding kills of their own. Camera as well, with 2 kills in this fight. That should be wrapping things up, as now it's just left to Bolt and Cake, and they're going to be taken down.
And that was just a beautiful rotation from Summit. They knew that there was a soldier on the subway that's going to poke them out if they try to come through main, so they purposely rotated through that back little subway area and gave the soldier no real angles to peek from, and by the time the soldier could see them, Cypher was already demeched. Again, just kind of the value that Zarya can get over a D.Va. The D.Va can DM a lot of things, but not a laser beam. As now we're seeing kind of this poke back and forth fight over the high ground potentially, but Mac Tackle falls.
Yeah, and this high ground is going to be very good for the Soldier 76 to operate from. You just have so many angles. There's not really anybody to block with any shields. You do have the bubbles, but that's really going to be saved for engagements here to try and take down Pair. And again, the D.Va is able to protect so well from incoming spam. So you're going to have to take the high ground here if you are Summit 2, but with Cameraman getting taken down, you're not going to be able to do that. Just try and push Cart for the time being, but you have people able to touch. Gavin able to drop down from the high ground just a little bit, touch onto point. And here comes the ultimates coming out from Admin Aces. They pulled out 2. The Visor coming out, unable to find anybody as they all hide in that underground area. Now Gavin, they have the beat. They could use this in response to the one of the upcoming ults. Could be the grab, but that's not going to be pulled out. The Death Blossom coming out from Ahi. Cameraman, again, 2K. Camera has been doing so much, finding so much value in these fights. Not really pushing the cart forward. I believe that's a 3rd kill there for Camera. So just putting the team on the back as they're finally able to get some cart progress in the subway area.
Yes, indeed, and it seems like it was going Admin Ace's favor. You know, the hack from Parody onto Sephora revealed that they had Graviton online. The Focus Fire took the Zarya out of the fight, but then Camera, as you said, just comes back with 2. Beautiful. So now Summon probably going to look to combo this Graviton as well as this Blade from Mac Tackle and get some big value.
Yep, going to have to find value. The beat comes out from Gavin. They're not going to have that in response to this grab, and there comes the damage follow through. D.Va Bomb as well being dropped down by Cypher. They're able to tail down Ahi. This is an even fight so far. The tank is still alive for Admin Aces, and that's a big difference maker here. Mac Tackle, they're trying to stay alive, but the hack and the extra damage coming through from Parody is going to be enough. Cypher able to get the kill. Another kill onto Cameraman. Camera has been trying their best to keep their team winning these fights, but some just are not winnable.
Yeah, not every fight is winnable. That's kind of the mindset you have to have. You know, it's okay to reset. Going into this next fight, both teams are pretty much on a full reset here. They'll both have coalescence by the time it starts, but that's about it. So it's really going to come down to raw mechanics, potentially a good sniper shot, or I should say shotgun shot from the Reaper. Could potentially be the deciding move for someone to go in, but they're just getting poked out.
Yeah, and Pair's going to be building up their tack visor. Forced off the high ground now. Bolt and Cake pulling out their ultimate in response to Suga's move. So now both Coalescence is out on the field. Pair getting ever closer to their ultimate. That visor giving so much value, especially against only the bubbles of Sephora. Nothing going to be eating up that damage constantly. Now, Ahi, they're getting aggressive. They're trying to catch up. They're trying to pull out their ultimate first. They're getting deep into the back line. They have the ultimate. They're going to have to pull it out soon. Cypher, they're out of mech, so there's nothing to be eating up that damage. Still able to find a kill. Now Ahi pulls it out. 3K coming out with that. Make it a 4th. Give them the 5K. Everybody clear out. Ahi, 5K to cap the 2nd point. What a play.
What a play. You love to see it. And it, as you said, it cleared it out pretty effectively, as well as forced the visor from Pair. On the other side, Admin Aces, though, going to want to engage in this one probably rather quickly with Parody having the EMP online. They've been having good follow-up with that. So the question is, how does Summit live through this? They should be playing a little bit split. Unfortunately, they're not, and the EMP is already about to come in.
Yeah, Parody coming in. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out here early. Suga's able to fade out, get rid of that hack effect for the long term. They were very close to dying. It's going to be very big. Mac Tackle was hacked after the EMP, so they're going to be taking increased damage. But now the beat is available for Camera. They have the grab, they have the blade. They're going to be pulling out the blade now, just looking for potentially a grab to get them all together. Cypher going to be taken out of the mech, but they do have the D.Va Bomb to bring them back into it. They're going to use that Mac Tackle taken down by bolting. Can't deflect the incoming damage of that grasp that she has. Now it's going to be up to the rest of Summit to continue this fight going, and Ahi's going to be the one taking initiative, able to take down Gavin. Cypher is falling very low, bolting now, only one able to heal them up. They do have this Coalescence to re-engage with if they want to use it.
Yes, indeed, but gonna have to mirror the Coalescence on the other side, as well as Cameron now has Beat, can use it freely as an aggressive engage tool, and Sephora, if they can get the grab down in between this Defense Matrix cooldown, it could be absolutely devastating here for Admin Aces, but we'll see if they can get it down.
Yep, Coalescence comes out first for Sugars. They're able to get hacked out of it, though. That's big from Parity, but the grab is not eaten. It's going to be big damage coming into Cypher. Sephora, they are falling down very low, but they're able to get healed up with the help of their bubbles. Now with this full energy charge, it's looking like this is going to be the cap coming in. Air making a last-ditch effort to touch, unable to stay alive for very long. Parity walling off, not able to get to point in time, but they do have a better time bank of about 35 seconds, 45 seconds.
Yeah, Admin Aces securing that better time bank is going to be pretty much another fight with that. Yeah, it's about 35-40 seconds, somewhere around there. Math is hard. But yeah, I mean, a whole nother fight could completely change the game, as we know. It always has been the case, always will be the case. And it's going to force Summit as well to attack here first again. So now that they've kind of burned their card up the sleeve in this match of that very long rotation they took the first time, going through the underneath of the subway car all the way around to the backside of point. The question is, what is Summit going to do now? They're just going to stick with the tried and true? If that's the case, then Admin Aces should be able to respond.
This is an interesting composition switch. Pear is going to be moving over off of the Soldier onto the Mei. Does 100 damage per second with those left clicks. That's a lot of damage to be dealing with. But also Cypher moving onto the Reinhardt. That's an interesting pick as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting. And Parity seems to be going over to the Reaper as well. Potentially just more of a brawly rush comp. They want to take the Brawl head on, think that they favors them. And I do like the switch from Pear onto the Mei. As you said, that little Frost Beam now does 100 damage per second instead of freezing people. It still slows them down quite a bit as well. So this could potentially be a way to stop Summit in their tracks. But we'll have to see if it works out.
I also do like the switch over the Reaper, I think, over the Sombra, just because with the Sombra, you can bubble the people who are hacked, not going to be taking that extra damage, and with the decreased value of the to get rid of abilities, this big main wall coming out from Pear, trying to cut off Mac Tackle, going to be able to get out now. Cypher needs to reposition just a little bit. Parity getting very deep in here. The whole team is going to have to rotate to save them, and they will. But now Mac Tackle moving in aggressively. May doesn't freeze anymore, so he's free to use that deflect. He's going to get a little bit slowed, but Mac Tackle taking down Cypher, and that should be the fight one. Although Mac Tackle, they're going to lose their life in this fight. Now, even fight. Parity stuck alone in this room. They will be completely jumped on. Pear trying to stall with that Mei wall. Doesn't have nearly as much health as it used to in Overwatch 1. Now they're going to be forced to give up at least a tick here as they regroup.
Yes, indeed. Now it's going to be this kind of Brawl engage. The Coles are going to be the first ult online once again. It's why you see Moira run. She just builds it way too quickly. And they engage in.
Yep, both Coles immediately coming out, trying to keep the Reaper alive. Parity needs to be alive for this fight. The grab comes out, Shatter in response, but it's going to be all the grab doing the work. Able to get 3 kills, 4 kills off the back of it. Just ulti take now, trying to stall. And now we're going to get into overtime here as Admin Aces, they're going to have the extended spawn timers and the long spawn.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing Summit kind of split off. They realize how valuable that high ground is, so they kind of have to push up, leave one person on cart. Very risky in an overtime situation, but it's what must be done. He's probably looking for a good place to place his Blossom, but I don't know. It's going to be hard to kind of weave it in between all of this damage, and there it is.
That's big. Gets Cypher or Parity down to 1 HP. Gavin putting in their ultimate. Now giving everybody a little bit of extra over health here. Mac Tackle now going to be pulling out the blade now that the beat's gone, and Pear will be taken down. Beat comes out from Cameraman as well to give him an extra survivability here. And Admin Aces, they get team wiped. This is looking like snowball potential here.
Yes, indeed. The only chance to stop this snowball, ironically, is Snowball. May's ultimate online for Admin Aces. It still does the freezing effect, even though we removed it from her right click, so it's going to be good at stopping whoever's on cart, and I feel like that's going to be Admin Ace's play. Just rush the cart, drop this down, kill whoever's on it, and then focus on the cleanup after.
Yep, there's no D.Va eat it.
They
C9. They C9. No, you're kidding me. Summit, what are you doing?
Score
What?
4-3.
I mean, they were probably gonna lose that fight anyway, to be fair. But that
I'm gonna
is
be
an
honest,
egregious
I think
C9.
Initiating
Mac Tackle. I think Mac Tackle deflected it anyways. Mac
Right.
Tackle. They didn't deflect it in real time or in the overtime because I think they couldn't like move forward. But I think if they were continuing to move forward they had a chance to deflect that May ult, and if they deflect that, I think it's over. I think they just win.
One little communication slip up. I'm assuming it was just probably calmed. If I had to guess, Mac Tackle said he was going to cart that way he could deflect the blizzard, but potentially Suga on the Moira got off a cart too quickly. Don't really know what happened. Either way, the cart got untouched there, so now 76.81 meters is all they will get. But still, I mean, they cap point A, got to right about the start of that bridge area. It's a decent hold. It's holdable. It's not doom and gloom for Summit just yet.
Yeah, but still, that's a big momentum shift as well. Regardless of if Adminations are going to win that fight, you still it's still going to be a longer fight. You're going to be fighting for a lot longer. You could lose the fight. Nothing's guaranteed, but it's just such a big blow mentally, at least to lose the fight, lose the cart progress because you stepped off point. Now it's going to be aggressive pushing forward. Ahi in a beautiful position, unseen, able to take down Bolting, and Gavin's going to quickly fall. They do have a lot more time. They do have some more time to get back, but this team fight was very quickly lost for Adminaces.
Yes, indeed. We were talking about it. One team fight was pretty much the advantage they had, and that advantage is gone with a beautiful position from Ahi. Kind of knew they would rotate through this underground tunnel, so positioned ahead of it and
No,
things like
don't let him
that.
get away
So,
with it again.
what to say? Will the Reaper get it?
Nope.
Oh, but it seems like Admin Ace is pathing high ground.
Yeah, they're going to be heading high ground instead. The Reinhardt is able to very well brawl up here. Maywall getting a lot of value, and Cypher just swings on a Mac Tackle, taking him down. Now there's going to be the aggression on Ahi. They have no fade to get away. This should be the first point going their way. Not sure where camera is in this fight. Just stuck on that fire truck. It's a fun fire truck to be around. They're very cool vehicles.
Yes, indeed, and that's painful to see Sephora get reset on the Zarya. That means all that charge is gone. Hopefully, the hope here for Summit right now is that you all get the forward spawns because only one person was capping the cart the whole time. It seems like they actually want to re-engage.
Ahi trying to get aggressive here. Mac Tackle falls though. That should be actually no. Ahi able to take down Bolting. That's a lot of the healing out of it, as well as the coalescence now. They're gonna be able to take down Ahi, but everybody is so low because the Moira is just not around. Big Shatter actually coming down right onto Sephora. They'll be taken down. A lot of ults being invested into this fight from both sides, but eventually the cart will be starting to move here. Cap comes through, and 11 seconds now is the time.
11?
It's going to be going into overtime. No C9s, please.
No C9s, but we are going to be final fight territory, and the only shadow that really got invested there was ult I should say was Shatter. So it's going to be pretty much a 9 ult team fight here, assuming the Zarya can build the grab in time. So it's going to be just chaos on the cart. Whoever beats first probably loses here, so it's going to be about pressuring these Lucios.
Yeah, and they have this Blizzard, and that's actually, I think, the most valuable ult here. Oh, the Reaper ult comes down from Ahi. The big Blizzard, that's going to be it, I think. That is going to be the map as Sephora and Ahi, they both fall to Cypher and Gavin. Now it's just trying to continue to put pressure on this cart. All ults used by Summit all at once, not able to find any kills there. 2.9 meters left, and the C9 will cost Summit 2, map 2. Adminaces, they put themselves on the board.
With it's obviously a 1-2 set here, so we're going to be going into final map, and I fear for Summit's mental right now. You genuinely had that map in the palm of your hand and you threw it away, it feels like, with that C9 after such stupendous play. Look at Ahi here, just absolutely being so insane on this Reaper throughout the map, and it just wasn't enough. You got to be on that objective, but hopefully Summit can bounce back. You don't want to lose to a mental boom. That's probably the worst way any team can go down. But I don't know. Admin Aces also, to their credit, had a phenomenal Brawl composition, and they played it well there on Midtown.
Yep, and Summit, they're going to have the pick of the map. But I think the issue is now if Admin Aces, they seem to like this Reinhardt comp with Cypher on the Rhine. I think it's been how they've played their best so far. Obviously, they did do a very good job with their Diva comp on their first attack, but I think there really hasn't been a response so far by Summit to the Rhine comp, and that could be an issue because the Zarya and the Rhine, they want to play on very similar maps. So there's not that many maps where you can say, oh, the Zarya is definitely better than the Rhine here, so let's pick this map. There's not really that in the pool for them to pick from, so it's going to be interesting to see what the map pick is.
Yes, indeed. And I'm trying to think of what maps we've gone through. So we've obviously had a push map as well as an hybrid map. So you're either going escort or you're going to control. I don't know. I feel like any map from either of those pools should be open. We were talking about Circuit Royale before, maybe potentially.
Give me Circuit.
It is going to be
Reinhardt on Circuit Royale on that high ground on first point, that little bridge area. Beautiful. Beautiful. I played a scrim there. I just stood on high ground. The drop shatters, the drop pins. You can drop down, pin from behind, and send them off the map, cancel it. It's beautiful. I love that high ground. I'd love to see them go to that map, but obviously that plays into Ryan's hand, so maybe you don't want to go to that map.
Well, fun fact, I think we're both disappointed because we're both circuit enjoyers, but it seems like we're going to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang
is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Whole new game. People are still playing King's Row and Lijiang Tower off cooldown. I don't really get it, but hey. I mean,
at least it's daytime now.
At least it's daytime.
It looks pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous. As well as, gripes aside, Lijiang is kind of that perfect map, right? There's almost feels like there's a point for everything. You can kind of sort of get away with super brawl stuff going into control center, but then potentially on the garden point with the giant tower in the middle, everybody just wants to dive in super aggressively, potentially take point with some dives. Though the one interesting thing I will say about Lijiang that's kind of shifted from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 is Symmetra used to almost become a mainstay on this map, and we haven't seen a lot of Symmetra, but I wonder if she'll work her way back into the rotation as people get back into old habits.
Yeah, I think Sim is a very popular pick on this map. Like you said, the TP, it's control, and then also there's so many windows you can TP into. It's really the perfect Symmetra map. And I think I have like a 70% win rate on this map because I just locked the Sim, and nobody in comp wants to play Sim because it's a boring character. But you just pick Sim and you win. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they end up doing that. But
yeah, as on top of that, in terms of heroes, I feel like this is the one map in Overwatch 2. Like, I feel like Soldier maybe isn't the most powerful just because there's a lot of sharp corners, lots of places to hide on all 3 points. And so maybe those hit scan options aren't your options. You want to be able to get in there with somebody like a Tracer or a Genji. And I mean, we've seen Mac Tackle on the Genji be pretty good so far.
Yeah. So now just waiting to get into the map. It's looking like it's going to be the same comps we've really seen so far, other than maybe Mac Tackle on the Mei. We haven't seen that. But pretty much mirror comps other than the Ryan and the Zara. We finally get to see Ryan Zara again. It's Ryan Zara.
It's totally Ryan Zara, guys. They're not on the opposite.
It's Ryan Zara Rush Mirror. Come on.
Those days have passed, but yeah, as you said, both teams running out on Mei here. It's actually a perfect mirror comp besides the Ryan and the Zara, as we pointed out. So it's going to be about these Mei walls.
Yeah, and there's a very big Mei wall early from Mac Tackle to cut things off, but he's going to fall pair as well. So now the Reapers both out of this fight very early. Sephora, I don't believe they have any bubbles. They're going to be pressured here by the Reinhardt, and that's, I think, really the biggest difference in this otherwise mirror match is the Ryan, you have so much more shielding compared to the Zarya, and that just gives you so much more sustainability. And Ryan can just swing, and that's big.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as kind of different health pool, right? Zarya just has regular shield health, whereas Ryan has armor, and we know that armor in Overwatch as well as Overwatch 2 has some good reductions to it. It helps Ryan survive just a little bit more in these comps. But going into the next fight, we're seeing Camera potentially look for a spawn camp. They're making sure nobody's coming out of spawn. Reaper also looking for it, but then there's the go button.
Oh my goodness, I think he just one-shot Pear. Ahi delivering every bullet into the head, but Sephora follows off the pin. Cypher just hard carrying this fight. Oh my goodness. 3 kills to start it out with. Make it a 4th here. And what a play from Cypher, just opening up the pin and then just swinging for the fences on everybody else.
And yeah, it's just that value, right? The swing when everybody's grouped up like Summit is because they're on a rush composition. You just start swinging. You're dealing 85 damage per swing to every single person you're hitting, as well as 2 charges of Fire Strike. Sure, they deal a little bit less damage, but when it's all grouped up, it does not matter. Now probably going to be able to engage this next fight with this Earth Shatter and just the Earth Shatter if Admin Aces plays it right.
Yeah, and there's not really much to block it. If you can force out the bubbles, there's one. Sephora going to be pressured down. I think the Shatter came out, was blocked by the bubble. Just a little bit too impatient there as the second bubble was still available to Sephora. Now the beat comes out, the Blizzard in response. Parody trying to do a lot of damage in that Blizzard. Cameraman taken out by the pin. Cypher is so aggressive with these pins and he's getting so much value. There's nobody to counter pin or really stop any of that. But Mag Tackle now on this Junkrat, that's what came out earlier, doing a lot here. Able to get 2 kills to start off this retake for Summit. And just going to be Pear trying to stall out just a little bit longer. But 93%, 95% actually is going to be all the Admin Aces get. It's a very good first take for them, but they just need to win one team fight.
Yes, indeed, but Summit, they want to set themselves up to hold it, and they definitely are with the spam damage from this Junkrat. It's going to make it very hard to move out of any chokes or anything like that. Meanwhile, Ahi looking to hide for this Blossom, but actually walled off and found.
Yeah, that's going to force the rotation from Camera to come save them, and now the entire team is rushing in for Admin Aces, but Parody caught out with the Conk Mine, doing a lot of damage, able to take down Cypher as well. This switch from Mag Tackle might be the difference maker in this first round. Oh, 3 kills.
Indeed. I mean, the Junk spam damage is absolutely ludicrous, right? Anywhere the Admin Aces wants to go, it's kind of the reverse psychology of what we just saw with the Reinhardt, right? Ryan able to swing on everybody who's grouped up in a rush composition. Admin Aces still on this rush composition themselves, so Mag Tackle spamming in damage anywhere they want to go. A 1200 HP shield is all that's saving them, but this Tyre looking for something. What will it find?
Ooh, finds nothing. That's very good ability usage there. The shield, the ice block, and the wraith able to tear away all of the damage. Now the aggression is able to come forward. Now Cypher drops the shatter, but Parody is dropped as well. In the meantime, Pear able to take down Lylum. That's actually a big kill. That should be enough to win this fight as Ahi falls as well. And oh no, bolting. He's gonna be booped off the map by Camera. What a boop there. Not gonna show up in the kill feed. This is the beta. Now the cap 96%. It's going to be up to Mag Tackle to touch and find some kills. Be boofed back by the Lucio. That's going to disrupt their one-shot combo that they were going for. Now it's up to Ahi. Trying to get in here, but Pear taking down Mag Tackle. Parody now with this ultimate cannot be eaten up. They can't freeze the Diva, but they can take him out of mech. That should be securing the fight win and the round win. Admin Aces are 1 round away now from knocking out Summit 2.
Yes, indeed. It's the last second stall here. The dredges, if you will, just coming on in. The Reaper finally falls. The Moira can only live for so long, and finally the gong rings out. And yeah, I mean, Mag Tackle, phenomenal switch over to the Junkrat to help deal some more damage, put an actual damper on Admin Ace's spirits, but it seems like Admin Aces, they're flying high now, with only 1 round separating them from continuing on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think though, Summit still have a good chance. Mag Tackle, they didn't really find an answer to Mag Tackle other than just kill the rest of the team before Mag Tackle kills 5. So if they're able to find, obviously this isn't the best map for the Junkrat, but if Mac is able to find the value here on this point, there's a lot of great chances for Summit to stay in this as we open up the gates and the fight's going to start soon.
Yes, indeed. Both teams taking different approaches. Yet Admin Aces wants to go over bridge. Meanwhile, Summit 2 taking White Room just to help secure themselves some safe positioning. But again, we're seeing this difference of the Rhine versus the Zarya here. I feel like Rhine just gets more value unless Summit is able to play super split.
Mac.
Oh wait, I think Mac. I think he's on. I think he's safe.
Good. He's good. He did not launch himself off the map accidentally. That's good. But Ahi not accidentally, will be taken down by Cypher. Now going to be moving on to Sephora, and this is going to be the first cap coming through for Admin Aces. Looking good so far for them.
Yes, indeed, and Mac Tackle is going to fall in now. You're just going to see some stagger out kills here. Potentially, actually, Parody getting themselves killed by the supports before getting away. So that could be a good, nice little re-entry chance for Summit here. As well as they're building super close to that tire, which means Mac Tackle is just putting in the damage where it needs to be dealt, just not converting it into kills just yet.
Yeah, and now the aggression's been coming through. There's no Mei yet back onto the point. Cypher's gonna be taking a lot of damage. Bolting, they've built up that ultimate so much faster than oh no, Cypher. They actually get the kill onto Mac Tackle, but that does kill Gavin in the process with the mines dropping down. Not a great exchange for them, trade of players. And Sephora, they're going to be frozen up, but they're not going to be able to get killed now because of the big coalescence coming through. Bolting, they used it at the beginning of the fight. They're 50% up to the next one. That's not going to really matter in this fight yet because Summit, they've taken over this point, and they're going to finally flip it at around 60% for Admin Aces. A good start for them, but now they have the defensive position with this Junkrat.
They have the defensive position with this Junkrat, which should be good. Ahi loves to hide in little corners and such, potentially with this Death Blossom. Could be a nice fight winner here. The other side, pretty much the only answer is going to be Cypher with this Shatter. I wonder if it'll come up big here or if it'll be bubbled once more.
Yeah, that's going to be the fight win coming off Ahi. The 3K, 4K, 5K stolen by Lilam, but that's a very good use of that Death Blossom there. There's nothing really to deal with it. The wall is going to be just torn through. The shield from Cypher also just going to not going to have enough health to survive it. And it's a very powerful ultimate now that there's no Diva to go along with Reinhardt and feel for it.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be going back here. Now you're seeing pathing through White Room. Cypher getting aggressive, wants to use the Shatter.
Oh, what is that Shatter? No! No! I don't think that was going to hit anybody if it wasn't blocked by his own Mei, but Parody is also going to add insult to injury by blocking it. 3 ultimates now used so far by Admin Aces. They haven't found a kill yet. On the other side, Summit, they've used 2. They've 3 as well. They haven't found a kill either. And now finally, Admin Aces, they find 2. Pair will fall. Mac Tackle, though, he's putting in work here. Finds 3 in this fight. It's just up to him, though. Not going to be able to find anybody else. Cypher and Parody cleaning things up at 70% now. Camera coming back from spawn, and this is actually dangerous. As Admin Aces, they're left on the point alone. No healers. Both healers back now for Admin Aces. The Blizzard is forced out, but nobody's in it. It's really a zoning Blizzard, but nobody's going to be zoned out. Camera coming back in as well. They're trying to look for some value with the boops. 88% now accrued for Summit. Pair able to take down Sephora, but Bolting and Gavin taken down by Mac Tackle. So much value from the Junkrat. The Shatter will finally shut him down as well, but there's still the healers alive. Bolting now the only one left. They're going to stall out to 99. Admin Aces will finally win the fight, but it took them so much longer than they needed to.
It took them so much longer, and it also took everything. The only thing they're going to be close to coming into what could be your final fight is Coalescence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Summit 2, they're building up towards both DPS ultimates. Either one of them can have a high impact play, as we've seen throughout this match, so it's going to be really just on this Coalescence to potentially get an early pick and secure Admin Aces here.
Yep, they've popped the Coalescence. Oh, Mac Tackle taken down immediately. The tire's not... Gavin has killed both DPS. Gavin has saved this fight for Admin Aces, as there's now no ultimates left on the field for them. Mac Tackle switching over the Tracer, 93%. This might be it. Ahi's or Mac Tackle are going to have to touch. I don't know if Mac can. It's going to be actually Camera coming in, flying high, able to get the touch, but Cypher takes them down. It's all going to be on Ahi. They receive the bubble. They have no health. They don't have the ultimate. They don't build it up. Parody takes them down. This is looking like it's it. Summit 2, they were so close to the Summit, but they're going to be taken down, sent down by Admin Aces. They played their cards right, and now nobody remains to touch the point. It's all onto Camera. He's going to be immediately taken down with a nice headshot from Parody, and that's going to be it. Admin Aces, they take down Summit 2. They've climbed to the top, and they will be moving on in this tournament. Summit, their story ends too soon.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't quite feel real, you know. Summit, I mean, I especially went on this into this match just thinking, oh, you know, it's already it's just kind of a formality match where we're going to see Admin Aces fall to the hands of Summit. But oh, that's a beautiful play there from Gavin.
Was Cameron
Yeah,
beating there?
that was a beat.
Oh my
which-
god.
That is something that you truly do hate to see. But yeah, Admin Aces proving us all wrong, kind of coming out showing the dominance they had, especially in those Brawl mirrors. And they dethroned Summit. They beat them and continue the lower bracket. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Summit been taken down. They will be eliminated from this tournament. They had a very good run. They made it to the upper semis, knocked down, unfortunately, in lower round 2. Admin Aces, they're continuing their lower bracket 1 run. They've taken down Geohazard, and now Summit. They're going to be next facing off against either Duct or Solomon Island Salamanders, the winner of that game. Duct 2 eliminated them 2-0 the last time they faced, so I'd imagine they want to see Solomon Island Salamanders more, but we're going to have to wait on that game before we get to see who they're facing.
Yeah, definitely we had to wait for that game to go down, but I mean, it truly is just kind of impressive, Admin Aces coming in, doing exactly what they needed to. That first map looked a little rough. It's a lot rough, to be perfectly honest. Maybe it's just a team that hasn't figured out push yet, but Midtown, they knew exactly what they needed to do to win, and as well as, they were flexible, they weren't shoehorning themselves into one composition and saying, we're going to make it work everywhere. And that flexibility is what's letting them move on.
Yeah, and we might be doing interviews. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
no interviews. All right, never mind. No interviews. We're going to be going to break. So, I mean, a very good game from Summit 2 and Admin Aces 2. Just a backbreaker, really. But, yeah, I believe we're going to be going, although thinking has returned, so.
Mm-hmm.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
All right, we are back from a break here at 4:20 p.m. on the dot. We got so the next match, we're continuing with the losers bracket here. We have Duct 2 versus Admin Aces. Both of them coming hot off their victories. Duct 2 had a decisive 2-0 over Solomon Island Salamanders, and Admin Aces 2 actually had to clutch up and get a 2-1 over Summit after going down in the first map. So, looking at these two teams, what do you guys think? I guess we could just start out with what your predictions are and what team you think has an advantage here. It seems like things have changed a lot because, judging by the bracket, it seemed like Summit would actually do better than Admin Aces, but Admin Aces managed to pull through at the end.
I managed to catch that match in its entirety. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see Duck 2 play, but Admin Aces, they definitely performed the upset, and it was so satisfying to watch. So I think they're definitely going to keep that momentum going into this match.
Yeah, I think Admin Aces, having played against them yesterday, really have a stranglehold on where the meta is going for Overwatch 2, and it's just a beta, so you have to take everything that's happening with a grain of salt. But the main takeaway that I've gotten is that their Brawl is very, very well refined. Parity, specifically on Mei, was able to do a lot of work in previous matches, kind of carrying Admin Aces through team fights. To take, let's say, Midtown on the last match that they played, and then just provide constant pressure onto backline, onto the tanks, on the Lijiang points. So Admin Aces, I think they really have figured out this game for the most part, and given this tournament setting and how short of a time teams have had to prepare, that could really be the deciding factor if they do end up making it to grand finals later today.
Yeah, no, I think I saw the same thing in Admin Aces match, because when they were playing those Diva and Zarya comps, they weren't always managing to get like the W's, managed to win those team fights, but as soon as they went to the Reinhardt, Mei, that kind of comp with the Reinhardt at the front, it was really hard for them to beat. I think in general in Overwatch, Rush is interesting with the Reinhardt because it has sort of like a very simple game plan, which is sort of like you run at the enemy team and you stay on your Rein, and maybe even other comps like might be better as people develop the game more, but right now it's just like such a simple and brutally effective comp that it could be very good for Admin Aces.
I couldn't agree more, and I'm really glad that they are able to figure that out because, as you guys have touched on, this beta is still new and things are still being smoothed out, whether it be those game modes or compositions. But the fact that Admin Aces seem to have given themselves that little leg up there with figuring out what works best is definitely going to serve them well. So I'm eager to see if Duct is going to be able to do the same or find another effective strategy to combat what they've been running.
For sure. So I guess now that we've expressed our like general opinions, we get into predictions. I don't know what you guys think the actual map count is going to be. This is 1-2. I'm expecting a 2-0 for Admin Aces because I think after some difficulty they've found their stride and they're just really going hot right now.
I have to agree. I'm also going to go 2-0 for Admin Aces just because of the way they impressed me during their last match against Summit.
I guess I got to be the odd man out then. Admin Aces too, they look really, really good. But I got some friends on Duck too, and I want to see them push through all the way to grand finals. I think this team, I haven't seen a lot of their play, admittedly, but I'd like to see the underdog come out on top in this match.
That would be really cool to see for sure. Like I said, I don't know much about what Duck 2 is running either, but I'm curious to see if it's going to be more of like a mirror or if they have different strategies that they can sort of compete with. Because I don't think, and I'm sure you guys would agree, that Reinhardt base comps are broken or the only way you could get the most optimal comp here. Or at the very least, like there's definitely counterplay because, you know, Ryan is still like sort of a stubby hero, like he doesn't have that much range. One minor thing that I actually remembered that I saw in the match that kind of stuck with me is that when Lucio was wall riding, sort of in the ceiling of like a Lijiang tower point, they can't, like Reinhardt can't hit him. So if it's like Reinhardt and only one other person on point, they might not be able to kill the Lucio. But anyway, speaking of Reinhardt, we're going to King's Row here. So this match might favor, I don't know whose map pick this was because I don't know how the seating is looking. But in any case, this could definitely favor Admin Aces if they run the comp that we keep talking about.
Especially with that Mei, there are a lot of good chokeholds on this point that you can hold with wall. And with the excision of the second tank in Overwatch 2, Mei's wall really does act even more like a second tank on your team. You know, people have called her the light tank in the past during Overwatch 1's time. But now with the lack of an off tank, and now all of the tanks in the game kind of playing this more brawlier, harder to kill role in the game, Mei can provide a lot of utility in making sure that team fights last longer, so you can keep your Rein up, move towards the Earth Shatter a little bit faster, and with Mei's new damage from her cleave on the left click, she as well can get a Blizzard very, very quickly if the team fights get drawn out. So yeah, on this map especially, Brawl is the favorite comp by far, but it would be interesting to see some dive. I know, Monkey dive has been really popular with some teams because there's so much damage potential now with the Monkey right click. So definitely possible to see on this map, but we'll have to wait and see what the teams are looking to pick.
It looks like both of these teams right now are doing some similarities, but also some interesting differences. Starting with the support line, we see an Ana versus a Moira. And then, although we know that the attacking team is not as easy to predict, looking at what Duct 2 is running on defense, it looks like they're going for the Shimada brothers composition, something you did not see that often in Overwatch 1 just because Genji was never really too meta for the longest time. But I feel like in Overwatch 2, he's slowly getting to be that meta hero again. So I'm excited to see how they plan this defense.
Yeah, with Duck 2 on these two damage dealers, you have to imagine they're going to be looking for picks pretty much all fight, trying to get flanks. And with no surprise, Signet on the Reinhardt of High Ground Rein fame, trying to take an early fight here in the choke, but forced to back off as the speed comes in from Gavin on Abnesis. And now the wall is up. Signet isolated by the wall, but Cypher actually falling first to Wisex. He dashes in, picks up the Lucio in the meantime, and now Abnesis is going to have to die quickly, but Bolting able to pick up Wisex and the Hanzo as well. I don't know how Abnesis turned that, but Duck 2 forced to back off point all the way. They're going to have to give up some point progress here.
During my first Admin Aces match that I casted, I definitely remember Bolting Cake creating such beautiful plays on the Moira. We also kind of touched on earlier, more so yesterday, that Moira now has a lot more damage potential because she doesn't have that much more to heal just because of that tank being gone. That's like a large chunk of XP being left off. So now as this fight begins again, Admin Aces 2 is most likely going to continue their aggression.
Yeah, and now the fight's breaking out. Wall goes up from Parity again, but Signet already there with the Shatter. It finds 3 people, but no follow-up there as Signet eventually falls. But the rest of Duck 2 is there with the follow-up as the Cassidy on the side of Duck 2 picking up 2, Wisex cleaning up Parity, and now they're able to take this first archway on King's Row. A really nice spot to hold, but with the Mei on Abnesis, they're going to have to play really smart here.
It was such a beautiful shatter. It definitely opened the way there for Duck 2 to hold this choke point. And as you did mention, they are going to have to be a little bit careful because Admin Aces 2 definitely has the tools to catch Duck 2 off guard. And knowing their aggressive playstyle, they're definitely going to want to try to do that as soon as possible. We're already seeing that.
And
right
a nice
now.
nade coming out from Pixelmaster. Finds a lot on the side of Admin Aces, but there's just no follow-up. That Mei wall split the team in half. No damage follow-up as Wisex gets the Nano Blade, but the Cryo Freeze is going to keep Parity alive. The Cassidy on Duck 2, grabbing 2, Wisex with another of his own. They're slowly brawling this fight out, but with the Mei and Lucio alive on point, there's just no contesting this payload.
That may have been a little bit of an overcommitment there on the side of Duck 2 to try to keep it going with the Nano Blade after, of course, the team was split up. But they nonetheless are still looking good right now because they have things to work with. They have the beat from Ducks, they have Cassidy's High Noon. Admin Aces, they do have the Blizzard to catch the members of Duck 2 out in their tracks, but we'll have to see who strikes first.
Oh, a nice wall blocks off the Cassidy Deadeye, and the freeze follow-up from Parity right in the choke is just going to clean up everyone else. The beat is out from Ducks, but it's not enough to save everyone as the Death Blossom also comes out from Pear. This fight is over. Admin Aces is going to take point B, and with a nice healthy time bank, gets closer and closer to finishing up this first round.
A little bit of switches now coming out from Duck 2 to try to break through Admin Aces' snowball right now. We see Pixelmaster is now going to be on the Moira. I believe now we also have the Reaper being shown rather than the Hanzo. But Admin Aces 2, they used all of their ultimates there. And Duck 2, they don't have any as well, but this would be a pretty fair fight then.
Yeah, the wall again coming out from Parity to split off the team, but they play slow here, and with a shatter from Signet, they're able to finish off the entirety of Admin Aces. A nice team kill to stop the payload in its tracks.
Cygnet's shatters have just been beautiful all around today. Just being able to get those key members of Admin Aces on the ground and having the rest of Duck 2 come there for that follow-up. That is what you want to do as the defending team. Make those plays.
Oh no! The wall blocks the shatter from Cypher, and he gets booped into the pits of King's Row. There's not a lot of follow-up here, but the teams are trading as Duck 2 forced to back up a little bit, but Pixelmaster finding 2 of his own as Bolton Cake drops Wyzik. In the meantime, Bolton Cake's just going to sit in the back line, try and charge a little bit more to the Coalescence. We'll see if they can get out, but a Cole follow-up from Pixelmaster. Nice speed from Ducks to push into the team. Not all 5 members are there, so this should just be a nice cleanup for Duck 2.
Very nice use of the Coalescence there. That kind of shows what I had been saying a little earlier, where the Moira can both help the team go aggressive because of the healing stream coming, but it also allows them to provide even more damage because they can afford to kind of veer off from the team and shoot the enemies because that other healer is there as like a safety net in terms of them splitting a smaller load of HP together.
And a beat coming out to keep Bryce alive on the Reaper. 2 more picks coming in from Duck 2, and this fight's just over. But a beat commitment from Duck 2 means that they're going to be in rough shape with both DPS ults online from Admin Aces.
This is definitely the winning condition that Admin Aces have been waiting for, because typically on King's Row, 3rd point is very challenging to break through if the defense has a good hold. But like you noted with those 2 DPS ultimates online, it's definitely going to give them a great advantage, especially since Cygnet falls first.
Yeah, Cygnet caught out in no man's land, was looking for a cheeky shatter of his own, but Admin Aces very wise to it, forced to back out here as Ducks is taken out by Cypher. They're going to have to back all the way into spawn here or risk being staggered, but now 4 ults online for Admin Aces with the Blizzard and Coalescence first to come out. They're still holding the Death Blossom in the back pocket. Duck 2 in a very rough spot to take point control back, but Bryce grabs a pickup onto the Lucio with Wyzex finding parity. That's a nice pick. There's no wall available now for Admin Aces. They're going to have to play a lot slower here, and with Cygnet coming back with that shatter, has a good opportunity to stop Admin Aces in their track, but they're just going to back off for the time being.
That's a really wise decision because I feel like they know that they have a lot of ultimates online. We of course know that little aspect of dramatic irony, but there's a shatter that came out from Cygnet? Question mark?
Cygnet tried his best, but Pear's Death Blossom is unfortunately better, and the beat from Gavin is just a nice insult to injury to keep everyone alive. They can just push in with no worries, and Coalescence comes out, gonna get blown up immediately. Admin Aces takes King's Row with 131 in the time bank.
Cygnet admitting there in the chat that was a fat finger, because I just saw a line of earth with no people. That's unfortunate, but it's BPL. Give us a little bit of laughs. But Admin Aces 2, they completed the cart, but Duck 2 is not in the worst of situations because they capped with 1:30 seconds, and realistically, in comparison to what they could have done, that's actually not a lot of time considering they had so much to work with in the beginning.
Crucially, I'm wondering for this next round if Duck 2 is going to be able to have any response to this Mei wall. Parity has been absolutely on fire with these walls, separating the team during Duck 2's engagements, separating them during their withdrawals from team fights. Wall is just a really good ability right now to disrupt the team because you lose so much mobility from not having a second tank and the sustain as well. They're going to have to play a lot smarter if they want to deal with the wall effectively. Otherwise, this could just be a very easy full hold for Admin Aces too.
Is definitely something that they need to take into account because you're absolutely right where the Mei wall in Overwatch 2 has so much more ability to make those big plays, because in Overwatch 1 it was still used to separate teams, but for the most part they were able to just go around it. But now that there's only one tank, they have a little less ability to do so. So coming in here, Duck 2 would ideally want to be aggressive to get a lot of time, but like you said, they also need to play smartly.
Wyzex on the Hanzo, out on the off angle looking for picks, but Pear's the first to find one with Cygnet rather going down. Duck 2 has to play a little scattered here. It's either get out or die, and looks like most of the team members are choosing die, with the exception of Pixelmaster, able to get back to spawn doors, and that's just a quick fight for Admin Aces too.
And look at these ultimates that they've gathered during that fight. We see Cypher almost 2/3 of the way, or 3/4 of the way even, to Shatter. And we see Bolton Cake building up that coalescence as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Duck 2, Shatter coming up soon for Signet, but in terms of everything else, not too much. But they are still going to want to try to go through a different type of rotation, see if they can catch Duck 2 from the back.
Duck 2 going through the hotel, Parody walls him off, but it's not going to find much success there as Cypher has the Earth Shatter ready. It just lands a free Earth Shatter onto Duck 2. Once again, forced to scramble from the point. Duck's staggering a little bit in the back line. It's going to add a little bit more time away from their overall match time. So
now coming into this next push, Duck 2 has put themselves in a little bit of a better position just because of ultimates. But Admin Aces too, they've been playing really well in terms of kind of matching the aggression that you would expect from attackers, laying down ultimates, but it looks like it's going to be Duck 2 laying down theirs first.
That's a great shatter from Signet, opens up the fight, even with the coalescence coming out from Bolton Cake. With looks like 3 members of Admin Aces on the floor, there's not much coalescence that's going to be able to do to save you there. So with 3 ultimates in the bank even, Duck 2 capping point A, they're going to be healthy for going into the next fight.
If they continue that kind of play style that they had just used to capture the point, I think they're going to have some good potential here to snowball, because we already see ultimates being popped out just to try to clear as much space as possible. Admin Aces trying to respond. Blizzard doesn't really catch too much though.
No, both teams are tankless now, so the fights are going to play a lot slower. There's good potential here for the DPS to find picks, as Bryce is actually very close to Death Blossom, and with the beat out from Gavin, they're not going to have anything defensively to keep them alive during this Death Blossom. Ooh, but Para is one of his own and actually gets it first. Bryce not even able to charge up the Death Blossom in time, as Signet, again, alone on point, forced to withdraw. And Duck 2 lost a lot of their advantage there, investing 2 ults that fight.
Hare was just the MVP of that fight. You just saw them get that stacker kill onto Signet, but then of course that 3k Death Blossom, that is just exactly what you want to see, because that shows this Admin Ace's capability to hold, in all honesty, a hard point to hold, because I feel like spawn-wise, it heavily favors the attackers. And now we see Duck 2 throwing out some ultimates of their own, hoping to get things started.
Yep, the Death Blossom comes out from Bryce. It doesn't find anyone, but applies enough pressure that weakens Admin Aces, and the rest of the team is there just to clean up. Gavin's going to try and get out, but Duck 2 finally moving this cart forward past that first choke on the Streets phase. Admin Aces 2, with the Blizzard at the ready, have a chance to come back to this point to recontest it.
Duck 2 is pushing up, but not too far. They're playing at a comfortable medium where they're ready to meet Admin Aces 2 as soon as they walk out of this tunnel, just so they can guarantee that cart push. But Admin Aces 2, they gotta be aggressive here if they want to stay alive and defending right now.
Yep, and there's the Blizzard on the cart. Signet once again separated from his team as the rest of Duck 2 is just kind of forced to brawl it out on the point or get out. Wisex walled off again. These walls from Parody have just been punishing for Duck 2 today.
DPS players from Admin Aces are doing everything they are supposed to, and they're also catering it to the new Overwatch 2 style, particularly with the Maywall we discussed earlier. Duck 2, though, they also have been using their ultimates and their players in great ways in order to get themselves out of these jams. So maybe if it takes them a couple fights to garner what they need, they are very capable of forcing out ultimates and kind of waiting for the right time.
And speaking of forcing out ultimates, the Dragon Strike from Wyzik forces Gavin to pop the sound barrier to save his team, but Pixel Master's got a coalescence, beams down Cypher in the meantime as the rest of Duck 2 finding picks of their own. Wyzik's a nice headshot onto Parody, taking the Mei out of the fight. Gavin coming in from the back line looking for some hero plays, likely not going to find any as he just falls to Wyzik's in the end. And Duck 2 looks like they'll be able to push this payload over, barring some contest, although Cypher already coming back, and he does have the shutter. Oh, finds a nice one. Coalescence keeps him alive, as it's just the Moira and the Reinhardt on point, and Duck 2 looks like they just didn't have an answer for that. They had the beat, they had the Death Blossom. Oh, they did cap! Wait, they capped?
Yeah! I was gonna say how unfortunate there for Admin Aces too, because they put so much into that fight, yet for whatever miraculous reason, Duck 2 was able to take it.
And that's huge because capping that point means that Duck 2 is able to come back with more ults, and like you just saw, Signet, another shatter, puts the team on the ground, cleans up, and again, pushing the cart forward.
That is just an unlucky there for Admin Aces, but they're not out of this just yet. Both DBS ults yet again online. Dux does have the sound barrier to combat either the Blossom or the Blizzard, whatever comes first.
That's a
Looks like
huge
Blizzard's gonna
pick.
be out
There's
of the
no
picture.
Blizzard available. The Death Blossom is there though, but Dux is not able to get the beat off. Still holds on to it, and now this Brawl on point. It's just the Moira and the Reaper. Fade forced out from Pear as Bryce able to duel him in the end with the support from the Moira. Gavin going down, and Parody still has that Blizzard, forced to Cryo Freeze on point just to stall it out a little bit longer. As Pixel Master is looking for any pickups they can get with the Coalescence, and Duck 2 with the beat, able to sustain this fight a little bit longer. The Blizzard not able to find any success on point. And now Admin Aces is just playing the numbers game. They have almost no one to contest the point. Another nice shatter from Sig out in the open. Knocks down Cypher, and they're just not going to be able to touch this point anymore as Duck 2 is continuing this brawl out. I imagine they're going to finish up this map pretty soon here. Yeah.
That was really smart there from Duck 2, because originally, as you had kind of noted, as probably chat was thinking, everyone was probably like, wait a minute, why didn't Ducks use the beat when they Death Blossomed? But in reality, if you look at that, it was actually really big brain, because I think they were thinking, I'll save the beat for the Blizzard, because for a Death Blossom, you can kind of, run away from it, whereas with the Blizzard, your mobility is automatically compromised. And they didn't even have to worry because the Blizzard didn't end up getting any value, but it's still really smart because now they had given themselves that safety net in order to just complete the payload push without any worry, because anything that Admin Aces could have thrown, Dux had that automatic Lucio, trump card, if you will.
Sure, I think Dux definitely had some mastermind scheming going on in the background there, holding on to that beat for what seemed like almost 2 full points, but in the end, did work out for the team, able to push the point to point C. And now we move on to round 3. Both teams about a minute and a half in their time banks. Once again, Parody on that Mei is going to be a main point of contention for Duck 2 to deal with, but it looks like we're going to see a switch on over to Junkrat. Should be better pick overall to knock those walls down and allow the team to make forward movement through them, but it really is going to come down to which team plays smarter.
Excited to see how this Junkrat is going to work, because I think it is a good pick in terms of breaking down those walls, but if Admin Aces 2 is able to do what they're doing now and separating the team before the Junkrat can act, then it's not going to get as much value as Duck's 2 hopes.
Yeah, and like we've been seeing all game, Parody with the walls, blocking off the main tank, or I guess only tank, from the rest of the team. And Duck 2 playing a very, very dirty brawl here. Not enough members on the team to sustain it, so they're just going to continue staggering. And just like that, they've lost half of their time bank. They need to play really fast here, because this is last fight.
I feel like they need to be kind of more cohesive in the sense where I feel like Signet really wants to go aggressive, but the rest of the team is not following the tempo enough, and that's what's kind of allowing him to get caught out first, especially by those Mei walls. But yeah, last fight territory, they're gonna want to go in with everything they got though, but Cypher laying down the shatter to start things off.
Yeah, Signet walked right past Cypher, allowing for a free shatter onto the backline, but the two teams trade their Moiras as Dux finds Pear in the meantime. Cypher picking up Signet and Parody finding Wisex. It's just Dux on point right now. Pixel Master coming back with the Cole, but he's the only target there. They're going to get focused down, and Admin Aces, a sturdy hold onto point A. Didn't even need the Blizzard, didn't even need the Cole. And Duck 2 is in a sore spot now.
Yeah, Admin Aces got that 1 minute 30 seconds to work with there, and Duck 2 was not able to take even a tick. Very, very strong showing on defense on the side of Admin Aces. And let's see if they're going to be able to mimic that aggression on the attack. And we'll see if Duck 2 is able to either play what they've been playing before or come up with something a little bit different to try to throw Admin Aces off their guard.
Yeah, and it's interesting, as you mentioned before, Duck 2 not really playing around the Reinhardt, and on some level, Admin Aces is performing a lot better in that, you know, the classic Brawl comp, 6-man or Death Ball, whatever you want to call it, the main success of that comp came from the entire team moving together, using Lucio's speed to get around corners, get through chokes. And if there is a Mei wall, the ideal situation is have everyone play on top of each other so you can't separate one from the other. And even without the Mei on the side of Duck 2, Admin Ace is still playing a really nice Death Ball. They're playing with each other, finding the kills where targets become weak. And they're just playing a much better Brawl here, and Duck 2 hasn't had a response all match.
It's going to come down to the wire here for them to formulate that response, because Admin Aces 2 is very close to taking King's Row and putting themselves ahead in the series. Of course, it's first to 2 and not first to 1, so Duck 2 will have an opportunity to bounce back. But in terms of team mental, you want to, you know, fight your best to try to not end up in that losing place.
That's right, and again, a wall out from Parody, but Signet able to find him in the meantime, even though his life is the cost for it. But now both teams' tanks are down. Wisex finding the Storm Arrow onto Pear. They're gonna keep this offensive back for the time being, but without a tank right now, they're gonna be in a rough spot if Admin Aces 2 is able to come back sooner.
Signet's ultimate charge right now is just insane, and now here comes the push yet again from Admin Aces, barely giving Duck 2 any time to reset.
Parody gets the wall off, but again, falling after it comes out as Cypher goes in a little bit too deep. The rest of the team not there to keep him alive, and once again, Duck 2 just cleaning up all the remaining players from Admin Aces 2, sending them back to spawn.
30 seconds left now. Admin Aces 2 failed attempts. See what I did there? So now coming into this last fight territory, Cypher does have that Shatter. Bolting Cake very close to that Coalescence. Duck 2 has the Dragon Strike and a Shatter of their own. So it's going to be all down to ultimate execution. Who's going to strike first?
Oh, wow, that is a huge Shatter. 4 members of Duck 2 goes down, and the cleanup is there. The Dragon Strike from Wisex not able to find anyone. Admin Aces takes map 1.
That was such a satisfying, there's the word, shatter. Just 4 people, like you noted, on the ground. That was just the perfect play. The best thing that they could have done there in that situation. Admin Aces played that really well. But so did Duck 2. They really kind of forced Admin Aces down to that last fight with the minute 31 they had before.
Yeah, I think had they played that a little bit slower, charged up that Shatter of their own, maybe used the Dragon Strike to split the team, almost like an ultimate Mei wall, a bit of a costly investment, but it could have worked out for them in the end. It was really, really close in the end. So we'll see with Duck 2 getting the map pick for next round, if they're able to kind of turn this around, maybe make some adjustments to their play style, to their compositions perhaps, and just kind of find a way to deal with Parody on that Mei.
I definitely agree that this little transition period here between maps is definitely going to give Duck 2 a good amount of time to kind of see those weak points and where they kind of need to focus on, because like you said, they do have to focus on the DPS of Admin Aces, and then of course making sure their own Reinhardt is being backed up properly. And I think if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be their map pick going into the second one, so this will definitely give them an opportunity to put themselves at 1-1.
Yeah, and I'd like to just talk again about Parody. They've been doing so much good work on that Mei. I think they've pretty much been sticking to it for the last couple of matches that they've been in, because not many teams, it seems, are able to find a response. You know, I'd love to see a little bit more of a Brawl mirror, but it just seems like other teams aren't as comfortable on Mei. Maybe they don't know how to get value out of wall. Whatever the case may be, Ducks 2 is in a tough position now. They, with their backs against the wall, I mean, they need to, yeah. She's not that cute in the game. She's scary now. That right, or that left click is it kills fast now, and even if it doesn't freeze, you'll be hurting for it. So, Ducks 2 really needs to put in the work this next map. They may even go for a counter pick in terms of map choice. Maybe they want something a little bit more open, maybe something with a little more high ground. We haven't seen a lot of dive out of the side of Admin Aces 2 this tournament, so I'm wondering if that is necessarily as strong as their Brawl is. I know I'd love to see Signet come out on the Winston, definitely famed for the Reinhardt play, but I'd like to see a little bit of monkey action in this tournament. I feel like it's been sorely lacking.
I think that there's definitely potential for Winston play too, because I've seen that yesterday there was a lot of big Winston plays, particularly on these newer maps like New Queen Street. But we still have yet to see a map pick. But I would also like to see some dive, have some variation there, because I think that Overwatch 2, we kind of said that a meta is kind of solidifying itself, but I still think that there are like two main contenders for a good meta, which is the 6-man or 5-man really that we kind of seen already. But I think that dive also has a lot of good characteristics to it in this game in order for it to be strong. So I definitely am hoping for some monkey.
Exactly. Yeah, monkey right now with that charged right click and comboing it with the melee land cancel from the jump. I think it's something like 120, 150 damage. So on a map with good high grounds, you can maintain drop control there. Looks like we'll be going into Circuit Royale next, though. That's a pretty contentious map pick, I would say. A lot of people have had complaints about the defensive having a really, really great advantage, especially on that first point with, the high ground that kind of S turns and goes up itself. There is so much cover on the high ground there that you can pretty much forever hold as long as you send the right people in at the right time, rotate your DPS in and out. It'll be a really tough pick, especially for Admin Ace's comp that they've wanted to run all tournament long. So we'll see if they can adapt their Brawl or if they'll just, force it and still find success that way. Anything's possible.
I think that Admin Aces, with that Brawl being favored, is what Duck2 picked up on in order to choose this map. Because map picking can be a strategy in and of itself, because if they know that a composition that a team likes to run is not as viable, even if they may not be comfortable on, for say, if dive is popular on Circuit Royale, then they still have a more even playing ground, because it's more of like, oh, if we're not good at this, but they're also not good at this, so yay! Or they could be good at the dive, and Admin Aces could be bad at the dive. And we'll even have to see if dive will be played, so we're staying tuned.
I was expecting, Wisix on the Genji is pretty close to what my guess was. I was expecting Wisix to come out on the Hanzo. There's a lot of great sightlines on this first point, but since they'll be attacking first, they're not going to get that advantage, which I think is a smart choice from Admin Aces too. You do want to defend first on this point because, like I said before, this first point here, especially with the barricades on the high ground and with it being so far above the payload, you can really hold that spot for a good long time. And it gives a lot of advantage for snipers, any long-range damage character to put in a lot of work and apply pressure to any backline rotation.
Here's that close hold coming out right now from Admin Aces, but Duck2 is jumping right on it. I kind of talk about this particularly when we go into Havana on Overwatch 1 matches, but that close hold can be very, very risky if the attacking team is aggressive enough to stop it, and that's exactly what Duck2 just did.
Yeah, I do not think they were expecting the monkey there. The cleave damage coming out from Signet, it just puts so much pressure on Admin Aces too. They're forced to back out of that small little room. And with Wisix there, with the dashes and the shurikens, it's just a nice cleanup. They're going to get some cart progress here as Admin Aces, the comp they're running, is not going to allow them to play from the high ground. They have to play on the cart here.
Like how Pear kind of swapped over to that Genji as well to kind of match Wisix here, but it still looks like Duck2 is playing pretty confidently and able to get those kills, particularly with that kind of high ground you mentioned, as well as the Signet monkey dive, just kind of pinpointing people and having that extra peel there to make sure they're finished off.
And this is great. Bryce finding, I think, 3 or 4 in that team fight. Using the dynamite to keep the backline away from the rest of Admin Aces. They're going to position up on this high ground here as the cart rolls over point A. Forced to drop with a little bit of pressure from Admin Aces, but they cap point A. You got Bob ready. You're happy. Oh, well, Pixar Master falling. Parodies fade forced out. Finished off by Wisix with the dash. Finds a melee onto Pear as well, but the numbers are there for Admin Aces too, as Bolton Cake's able to find Wyzix in the end, and it's now just Signet on point. He's going to stall it out for a little bit longer with the Primal, but while the rest of the team comes back, there's not much he's going to be able to do, especially against a Zarya and a Moira. And now the rest of Duck 2 back on the point. Signet forced to back up a little bit more, as now both teams are here on the objective, playing very slowly. I want to just say really quickly, Duck 2 has the Nano Blade. There comes the Nano. Wyzix pops the blade, looking for the Zarya first. Personal bubble of their own, able to keep him alive for the time being, but finishes him off in the end. Bolton Cake forced to fade away. Duck's finding the res onto Bryce, and Duck 2, they just had an ult advantage there. Admin Aces wasn't able to build up ults in time.
Duck 2 is looking very dominant on this map. I guess they chose it for a reason. But Admin Aces 2, Bolton Cake got that coalescence now, so Duck 2 is going to have to be a little careful, but not completely, but especially though if the grab comes out. The sleep came a little bit too late there, but fortunately for Duck 2, it doesn't look like anyone was dying from that grab, but now coalescence.
Yeah, that grab from Cypher is good in theory, but Signet was doing a great job at just standing in the doorway, preventing the rest of the team to come in. But there was, even though there was no damage follow-up for the grab, there was damage follow-up for that parody Death Blossom, able to pick up 2 and just clean up the rest of Duck 2, sending them back to spawn.
Now we have the Bob online for Duck 2, so they can either play it where it kind of distracts Admin Aces, or if they look like they're going to be iffy in terms of if they're winning the fight. But here we go, Bob coming out immediately. I guess kind of more of the distraction factor, but the Nano Blade is still gonna, or the regular blade is still online here for Admin Aces too.
Not just quite a regular blade, gets the beat as well just to keep him alive, but Cypher putting in the damage, finds 4. And there's a fight going on point. It looks like Signet tried to get the back cap, not successful in the end. If he's able to get out, that'll be huge, but no. Cypher finding all 5 members of Duck 2 in that team fight.
Great Zarya play right there, and even look at the ult percentage that Cypher was able to get during that, already more than halfway through to another grab. Duck 2 now only have the Primal to work with here. They do have time to kind of wait for more ultimates to come online, but ideally they would want to try to be as aggressive as possible right here, where they can win it and continue their rampage.
And crucially, Bryce is on that Reaper now, already doing work, finding Cypher in that fight, as Signet is just going to disrupt the backline even more, keep them separated from the Zarya, and that's a huge play on Overwatch 2. When your tank has no backline support at all, they will die just as quickly as they do in Overwatch 1. And now Duck 2 just steamrolling this point here. Signet doing a great job at just keeping Admin Aces split.
And even the aggression right now, helping with that split, it's forcing them to kind of go all the way back to spawn instead of just kind of hide behind a wall and wait for everybody to return. And we can even see that being super beneficial because the cart is just still moving. And Duck 2, no one's down just yet. Admin Aces though, finding Ducks.
And the caster curse there as Ducks is the first to fall on Duck 2. Grab coming out from Cypher. They know they don't have a beat with Ducks down. And the cleanup finally is there. Mudkip the last to fall at Duck 2 as Admin Ace is able to stop the payload just outside of the point B capture.
I don't know about Circuit Royale as a map, but based on the other payload maps we've seen, Point 3 is always the hardest for the attackers to get back and to finish because it really allows the defense to set up the advantage.
Bolton Cake tried to get the coalescence out, but fell in the end. Pear has the blade though, and the beat from Gavin, able to keep him healthy, but only able to find Pixel Master as the rest of Duck 2 just ignores and walks into the front line. Bryce, or Parody rather, with the Death Blossom, able to trade the Reaper, but still falling in the end as Duck 2 is healthy on this cart. Both supports coming back to point here.
Have the tools to really complete this run. We have seen 4 ultimates online for them. Admin Aces don't have anything close to work with. So things are definitely going to go in the way of Duck 2's favor unless Admin Aces can kind of make those miracle plays and catch him off guard. But ooh.
Nice. That's such a good play from Bryce. He waited for Admin Aces to try and push onto them and just popped the Death Blossom, and Duck 2 still with 2 ultimates in the bag. That's a great investment, and I'm not even sure anyone's going to be able to touch here. Oh, we get a contest from Parody, but they're the only one there, and Admin Aces kind of struggling a little bit there on defense.
A spicy blossom that was to end things out there for Duck 2. And yeah, they are looking really, really confident right now. It was just a complete change from what we just saw on King's Row. Admin Aces, I feel like they really weren't expecting Ducks 2 to perform this well, because even though it was their map pick, I guess they kind of thought that they were still going to be able to use their comfort comp to kind of overwhelm them. So now that Admin Aces has their turn to attack, we're going to see if they can have a better time at kind of, I say, controlling the map, where they're going to want to try to set the attacking tempo here and force Duck 2 to take a step back.
And I want to highlight Signet here. You know, I said I wanted to see the Signet monkey, and I got what I wanted. So I'm happy. He's been doing a great job all match of providing that same utility that Parity was with the Maywall, with the crucial difference being Maywall doesn't deal damage. Signet standing there, a giant monkey with a bubble around him, constantly dealing cleave damage to 2 or 3 members of Admin Aces is enough to deter the backline from supporting any members of the front line, which means in almost every fight, Cypher was the first to go down. So really, really great job. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them, and we'll see if they have success with it going forward.
It's really awesome how a hero can be played in kind of multiple ways, because Monkey is not just good for that dive, but he's also good for that kind of block and kind of messing up team coordination. Admin Aces running a monkey of their own thanks to Cypher, so we see both of them coming out at once, but it looks like it's going to be Duck 2 winning the fight.
Yeah, they go for a really aggressive dive here, but Duck 2 seemed to be ready for it. They had the support in the back line, and they just kind of turned their attention towards Cypher, beaming him down. And once that tank is gone in Overwatch 2, that team fight is basically over. You need to get kills quickly or get out quickly. There's really no other option.
It looks like Admin Aces 2 are going to force Duck 2 to get out quickly. They want to try to fight this again, but Admin Aces 2 is not going to let that happen. But
Cypher goes down again.
Cypher getting caught. This might be another caster curse.
Yes, there's just very little support coming out from Cypher here, and the big difference, if you look at their comps, is the Ana on the side of Duck 2. You can get a lot of ranged healing onto your monkey whenever they jump in, and Moira really just does not provide that utility. You know, you can throw an orb in, but it's not a single target focus heal like Ana has. So really good support picks from Duck 2. They should, in theory, win all of these dives as, yeah, Admin Aces 2 has to spend a lot of their resources just staying healthy before the dive engage, and with Bryce on that high ground, it provides so much pressure to any rotations. Admin Aces 2 is still going to try and push in on the dive here, but they're already down 1. Oh, finding 3 though. Bolting gets 2 of their own. Cypher with another 2, and it's just Bob and Signet on point right now. Signet's going to pop the Primal, maybe try and buy some time for his team to get back, but with all 5 members of Admin Aces 2 on the point, he's going to get burned down very quickly, somehow managing to escape.
That was a very grand escape there. I did not think that he was going to survive. But that Primal, though, like, that's kind of an unfortunate timing, because there's really literally no one left when he did pop that out, and Admin Ace is kind of taking advantage of that now. We see
and there's the Nano Blade. Yep, finding Gavin, and crucially, Admin Aces has not capped yet. This is a good engage. They do have 5 ultimates online, though, for next fight, but for the time being, they're going to add a little bit more time to recuperate, figure out how they hold this point. But Parity, sneaky, in the back line. The Blade is available. Probably going to be diving the back line, but Duck 2 not wasting any time getting to the front line. They want a close hold here. They know that they're split right now as Cypher goes in on the jump looking for the back line. Valkyrie coming out, trying to keep Duck 2 alive. Parity did pop the blade in the back line, but hasn't been able to find anyone with the help of that Valkyrie, and both supports just doing an amazing job of keeping each other alive right now as Signet only one on point. Beat coming out from Gavin to try and keep his team healthy as finally, Admin Ace is starting to turn the momentum in their favor, getting closer and closer to that cap as they clean up the rest of Duck 2 on point A.
Really like that strategy they decided to use there because they really attacked Duck 2 from a lot of different angles and really discombobulated them. For example, although that Parady's blade did not get any value in terms of kills, it did get value in the sense that it scared Duck 2 enough for them to scramble and for the rest of Admin Aces to capitalize on that. And now coming into this next push where Duck 2 is getting ready to attack once again, Admin Aces really wants to push up. We already see Cypher diving right in.
Attack Visor is out from Bryce, but so is the Death Blossom from Pear, but the damage output from Soldier right in this patch is really too high for him. Gonna fall during the Death Blossom, but both teams trading right now as Signat pushing a little bit further into the team. Lucio and the Genji are there to support as this Brawl just plays out on point, but Duck 2 has the respawn advantage on this point as Signat jumps into the backline with the Primal, pops it, is going to try and disrupt Admin Aces 2 a little bit more. Looking for the Genji right now, but really looking to find any target just to make their lives a little bit worse. As this Brawl continues on the point, but Bryce finally going down. Admin Aces turn the gas on now as the Coalescence comes out from Bolton Cake, and now it's just a cleanup for point B. Admin Aces should just be able to get this cart over and start making progress towards completing the map.
That was a really crucial fight for them to win because Duck 2, they have support alts coming up online, but I still feel like they kind of invested a lot of momentum in a way to try to make sure that Admin Aces was stopped in their path. And in return, Admin Aces was able to gain those ultimates and use them right now with that mega aggression. It's like they finally found their kind of inner strength to do so. So on this last point, we kind of see them coming into fruition now with that mega aggression.
Yeah, and Ducks 2 does have an advantage here. You know, Admin Aces, they're struggling a little bit in terms of alt economy, so if they want to maintain the aggression, they have to play smart. But if Duck 2 can just rotate alts effectively, specifically the Nano's coming out, I expect we'll see a blade, and there it is. Pear, though, finding 2 as Parody grabs another from Duck 2. The Nano Blade not finding much success. They're gonna have to back up here as both beats come out on each team, and Admin Aces 2 now with the alt advantage. Parody popping the blade, looking for the Genji, finds the Genji, able to get out by the skin of his teeth. The fight continuing on point here as respawns come in. Pixel Master didn't find much with the Cole. Oh, but Pear's got the Death Blossom on point. That's gonna disrupt Duck 2 enough to get this payload moving again.
Admin Aces really pulled through there. It really looked like Duck 2's ultimates were going to allow them to go over the edge, but Admin Aces kind of played that a little bit patiently, and it paid off, where Parody kind of popped the blade second, but was still able to get that value that he wanted when he won that Genji battle. So coming into this last battle here, ideally Duck 2 is not going to want Admin Aces to cross that finish line. We already see them getting that first kill onto Gavin.
And that's a nice Death Blossom onto Gavin. Bryce also finding Pear before falling to Cypher, but Duck 2 has the man advantage now. Parody picking up Wyzix. It's looking a little tough for Admin Aces as Duck 2 is able to hold this point.
Realistically, right now we're entering kind of last fight territory because after this, Admin Aces will be forced to kind of swap onto those speed characters to try to keep things going. And we have Cypher with the Primal to kind of initiate things with that dive. Whereas Duck 2, kind of close to a beat, but not quite there. So if Admin Aces 2 are able to take out the supports early on, they could very well still win this.
And the jump comes in from Cypher onto the back line, but Signet's there to provide a little bit of peel. With the Coalescence coming out from Pixel Master and the double support alt, that might not be good for Duck 2, but we'll see how this fight plays out. Bolton Cake falling on the tail end of the Coalescence, but it's just Signet on point right now. Has to pop the Primal Rage to keep himself alive as the rest of Duck 2 turns around and remembers that there's a point to contest. Gavin popping the sound barrier to keep everyone alive, but it's just not enough. There's no Moira healing on point right now, and they're going to have to back out with 20 seconds left.
That was a really successful hold, and then they kind of tried to get that little stagger there on the Gavin. But if you're Duck 2 right now, you're kind of feeling good because Admin Aces now are being forced to kind of swap over to different characters, meaning there's kind of less ults on the table. For example, we see the Ball and the Lucio, no ultimates for either. But that doesn't mean they don't have anything to work with at all. For example, Parody now popping out that blade.
Yeah, and Duck 2 in the danger zone with no support ults for both of the DPS ults, and even though the Blade doesn't find much success, the team is so scattered that Pear's able to just walk in very cleanly with the Death Blossom, and even with overtime, they're going to push closer and closer to this third point. It's going to have to be Pixel Master to touch. Only one on point right now. As the point gets closer and closer, Wyzik's back on the Genji and Signet following behind, but Cypher is just spinning to win on point, and Coalescence out now from Bolton Cake is just going to absolutely eviscerate anyone that tries to contest this payload. And in overtime, Admin Aces 2 able to cap point 3.
I think that the win condition there for Admin Aces kind of stems from how they reacted to that last push. Because if you noticed, Duck 2 really wanted to get those daggers because they knew that they could have the potential to alt rush as they had just done. But they were really only to catch out Gavin there in that last minute, meaning that the majority of Admin Aces were able to get out with their ultimates, so they were able to kind of go in quicker than Duck 2 would have liked. But now as we go on to round 3 of map 2, we now have the sides being swapped once again, so Admin Aces now are going to be on the attack once more, and it looks like Duck 2 is going to be defending.
Yep, and Admin Aces 2 has learned their lesson from the last round, it seemed. They're going to continue playing the monkey dive, trying to play a little bit better, but interestingly enough, Duck 2 looks like they just want to play this fast. They're going to get the Moira, try and build that Coalescence as quickly as possible. You know, you could have a Nano Blade, but with 1 minute in the time bank, it's better to have your ults online faster than better ults overall. So we'll see if they can get a Coalescence before Bolton Cake, because that could make all the difference for this next round.
Look, it's an omen. It might be Duck 2's round, guys. I'm calling it right here, right now. Admin Aces, though, doesn't seem to be caught out by any close hold to begin with. So it looks like Duck 2 is kind of want to hold in a comfort zone, because we saw them being super successful on that kind of high bridge before.
Yeah, this high ground is great because there's a lot of corners that if the monkey gets behind, there will be no support from the back line. But Admin Aces 2, they're going to play this smart. They're going to let the payload get a little bit closer before they jump in with a dive. And there is Cypher. Parity getting very, very low. Has to force the deflect out and eventually falling to Pixel Master with the right click. And now Duck 2 has the advantage, but the fight's still ongoing on point. Admin Aces 2 forced to back out or risk staggering and not having another fight.
2 is really playing this to their comfort, and they're able to set the tempo with it. Because now we have less than 10 seconds left. Admin Aces are forced to make a move here. Cypher's gonna want to dive in order to make sure that payload does get touched in those last moments. Chaos is now going to ensue as both teams are going to try desperately.
And Cypher first to go down again. That can't happen. Coalescence is there from Pixel Master. Got it just before Bolton Cake. That could make a difference. And a beat out from Ducks is so big. It's going to keep everyone alive and allow Pixel Master to use the Coalescence for damage. But no team members going down in that fight as both support lines able to keep everyone healthy. But Bryce has the cleanup with the Death Blossom. And just like that, Admin Aces 2 in a rough spot for next round.
2 really came together there, especially with that 3-man Death Blossom that we did just see. But I think that also, as I kind of mentioned during the beginning of the match, they were able to set the tempo by playing where they felt most comfortable. Because some may have figured that they would want to have more of a close hold just because Admin Aces didn't have too much time to attack. But instead, they kind of allowed Admin Aces to take some space and kind of lure them into a trap, if you even want to say that. So now coming in with 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the bank, it is going to be up to the Admin Aces to have a very solid defense.
Yeah, like you said, Duck 2 just played a really good defensive dive there. They let Admin Aces come to them first just about every single time. And in return, able to beam down Cypher, focus him as the primary target. Looks like Cypher has had enough of dying on Monkey, though, as they make the swap over to Diva. Not sure the value they expect to get out of there, but maybe they're just looking to play a little faster, a little dirtier. Maybe they want a close hold. Looks like, just based off of where they're setting up now, maybe just trying to apply a little bit more pressure to Duck 2. Don't let them set up the dives, because that yellow box is very, very close to this first turn.
Close hold is definitely a good strategy here, considering the kind of circumstances that they're forced to fight in. I think the only reason that I can think of at the top of my head for that diva pick is going to be that speed, because they kind of want to follow the dive if they manage to kind of get past their defenses. But Duck 2 still playing with what they feel comfortable with, and without a doubt, they look like they can make it work. So Admin Aces too, gonna be careful here.
Ooh, the teammate out from Cypher, that cannot happen. In the baby form though, able to pick up Bryce as Mudkip falls to the DPS. And Duck 2 not able to sustain this Brawl as long as they want. They just kind of played on the point, maybe trying to build ultimates a little bit faster, but when you fall like that, it's going to give Admin Aces a little bit more ult advantage here.
It's going to be really good for them if they're able to kind of monitor their ult economy in a smart way, because they have kind of 3 ultimates coming up around the same time, but ult rotation is really going to help them out here, because for example, if Duck 2 kind of forces them into an overcommit, then they're basically guaranteed to win the next push. But if Signet comes in and punches Pear, then...
Yeah, and that's what we like to call a little Reaper dive. We saw the teleportation up onto the high ground as Pear was trying to rotate around, and Signet following up to get the punch onto him as Admin Ace is now struggling to stay alive on this point. Bolton Cave's gonna pop the coal because, to be honest, you have to here. Cypher going dangerously low, but the Coalescence is gonna be enough to deter Duck 2 from trying to push any more forward as the bomb comes out from Cypher. Died before the remake, but able to pick up Pixel Master. That's huge. The bulk of healing is gone, but a nice beat from Dux is going to keep everyone alive. Again, you kind of have to here without the Moira healing as they just keep this momentum going forward. The Primal Rage and Blade coming out. Isaac's finding Pear and Parity. Both DPS from Admin Aces down. And Duck 2 now pushing this point ever closer. Rest of Admin Aces stuck in respawns right now. Wyzek's finding another onto Bolting Cake. There's no Moira heals for Admin Aces now. Cypher desperately trying to spin to win, but a Coalescence on Pixel Master from Pixel Master is just going to force him out. Parity's got the Blossom, able to weaken everyone, but ooh, is the Tact Visor as well, pushing people back, and that's 3 picks from the DPS on Admin Aces. 5 seconds left. There's Lucio and no one else that can touch from Duck 2.
Is it really gonna be Admin Aces? Oh!
Wow, what an insane hold.
Alright! Admin Aces Believers Rise! That was okay, I feel like their plan really worked, because in my mind, I had been thinking that the reason why the beat came out so early there for Admin Aces was kind of just to force that stall. We saw was only the Lucio and the ball on the point in that last moment, because they knew that like the Reaper ult and the other DPS ult were online, so they were able to come in the right time and really secure that for Admin Aces. But that was a shocker.
Yeah, that was a little bit tragic to see in the end. Duck 2 put up a really good fight that whole match, and to see it all slowly spiral away, even with the picks that you got from the DPS, it seems they just forgot that the payload was the objective that they need to play around, and not able to push it over into the yellow box of victory. And I want to shout out Cypher as well. Ball picks, it can work, it can not work, it depends on who's playing it. But for those desperate last fight moments, it's really crucial to just stay on point at all times. And Cypher did a great job at just making sure that Duck 2, even with the advantages that they did have, wasn't able to cap the point in the end.
I definitely agree. Just the overall play style there that Admin Aces produced was smart, and it was able to protect the team, but at the same time make sure that Duck 2 didn't have too much fun there on that last part. But Duck 2, though, they did a really great job as well. Like, it really came down to the wire for a lot of these matches.
Yeah, the score does not do a great job at reflecting how close these games were. Duck 2, like I said, doing a great job on Circuit Royale to play the game the way that they wanted to play it, and to a few mistakes, not able to clutch it out in the end. But even on King's Row, putting up a good fight, having good ultimate usage. It's just the DPS line from Admin Aces was looking very scary. Parity, Season 2 BPL champion, really putting in the work. Pear finding opportune moments to pop the Tact Visor or the Death Blossom and clean up Duck 2 when they're scattered, because when those brawls get really, really nasty, it's kind of hard to keep a focus on what's going on at what time. And Duck 2 just not having the cohesion in the end, it felt like.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of could have done a little bit of a better job with kind of supporting the aggression of the tank there and kind of following with that synergy. But nonetheless, I think that this map was very entertaining, and Admin Aces is going to go forward in the bracket. And if we take a look, we now have a matchup happening where it's going to be Admin Aces in the lower finals going up here against Int 2, where it does look like Duck 2 may have been bumped down into the lower bracket or eliminated altogether.
Yeah, and this should be a good matchup. Indy to Win It has had a very good tournament so far. I think they've only lost 1 or 2 matches all tournament long. So should be a really good fight. And I really hope to see more impressive play coming up from Admin Aces too. They've done really well all tournament. DPS line has been great. Support line has been great. Cypher looked a little worrying there on Circuit Royale, but able to pull it together in the end. So should be a great matchup. And then later tonight, our finals, Windmill 2, undefeated so far in the tournament, looking to be a scary contender for any team able to make it out of lower finals. So we'll have those matches later today, and they should be exciting.
Definitely so. Be sure to stick around to view them, because I guarantee you the BPL Beta Brawl will continue to give you the best of Overwatch 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Beta Brawl matchup. This is the lower bracket finals here, and it's going to be Int It to Win It 2 versus Admin Aces 2 here, and I'm super excited to watch this match. I just watched a little bit of the previous matchup with Admin Aces taking that series, and I'm excited to see what they can do going forward here.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a really exciting one. We have seen some really good matches, and Admin Aces in particular, they got sent to losers early, so they've been doing some serious upsets here on their losers run. And yeah, now that they are in losers finals, this is going to be a really big match because there's a lot on the line here because the winner goes to grand finals, so they have a chance to win it all, and the loser is eliminated.
Yeah,
and yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right. Yeah, and they're going to be playing the winner of this matchup will be playing Windmill 2 in that grand finals. And well, before we start off this this matchup, let's do a little bit of predicting here. Thinking as you've got to think. I'm really on the end. Both of these teams have both beaten Duct 2 here. They both beat them 2-0, so it's going to be a really interesting match to see. Maybe we go to 3 maps here. But I'm going to say, I'm going to go with Admin Aces with a 2-1 prediction line.
Let me take a look at bracket here. I'm actually inclined. I think I'm going to go for 2-1 Int It because I think at this point now, Admin Aces have been playing a really long losers run. They've just played like 2 matches here. And I have to wonder if there's some fatigue setting in, and Int It to Win It was already in winners finals. So they're clearly a very good team because they made it to winners finals. It's going to be a close match either way because both these teams are really good, and I think it's probably going to be a very evenly matched one. But I think Int It to Win It's going to be playing fresh, and they're going to have just like a better mental right now going into this game.
Yes, this is still first to 2, I believe. But we're gonna be waiting to see what the first map of this round is going to be. It can be any different type, and I'm really hoping we get to see some of these new map types, or in the new map mode push, and the new maps in general, because I think they're really pretty. I want to go see the what I forget. It's the casino. What is it? Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale is
Circuit
what it's
Royale,
called.
that's right.
And
it does sound like the name of a casino.
Yeah, and I just want to see it because I've been watching a lot of James Bond recently, and it just reminds me of the Casino Royale movie, and I'd love to see it. It's a really pretty map. All of these new maps are incredibly good looking, and I'm just excited to see whichever one we start out on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I love the new maps. I mean, well, Circuit Royale can be annoying to play as an attacker, but they are obviously very well made. It's cool that like people have been complaining about not enough new content, but we certainly got enough new maps. Because we have a lot of them and they look really nice. And frankly, even if the character models aren't ready yet, the maps look basically ready for release, excluding like balance changes, I guess.
Yeah, of course, and just a little bit of but we're not going to see a new map to start off here. Our first map of the losers finals is going to be Lijiang Tower, the tried and trusty map type of everyone's favorite, and pretty much everyone's favorite control point. And well, it can bode itself to a lot of different metas. But with the change over to 5v5, I haven't really seen much competitive play, so I'm really excited to see what these two teams bring out onto Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, Lijiang's, as many people have observed, it's one of those maps where you get a little bit of everything in terms of meta, because there's like obviously Control Center is like serious close range rush. You can play like Flyers a lot on Garden, and then Night Market you can get even sillier with like Symmetra set plays. Though Symmetra's not that good in Overwatch 2 right now because she kind of likes 2 tanks to protect her as she charges up her beam. But we are on Garden right now, and this is one of those maps where you could sort of like run a Rhine comp and go straight to point, or maybe go for a dive and use some of that bigger space.
Well, we are going to be seeing both differing of compositions coming out, but both teams are opting for this Reaper, and that is going to be what I'm looking forward to start out this fight. Pear or Pit Pat, taking down that tank is going to be massive, but we shall see. A nice anti already comes through, but nothing's really gone, but there it goes. Pit Pat off the side of the map, thanks to Gavin the Slim with that nice Lucio kill, and that should be Admin Aces starting out strong as Essel is going to go off the side of the map and to reset with the rest of their team.
Yeah, no, Admin Ace has been running this rush basically all day. Like, basically every map they've won is because they were able to play this Reinhardt, and it's just worked so well for them. It's like a really simple game plan that you just know exactly what you're going to do. You just run at them and use your incredible close range damage. But needed to win it now is actually playing something I haven't seen much of, which is Ball in Overwatch 2 and a Ball Farrakhan. So we're going to see if Essel can get those directs on some squishy targets.
We shall see, but Parody is going to take down Mute already. That is a huge pick going for the side of Admin Aces. They're going to continue to push forward. Look for these multiple picks as Hyper Knight trying to get some damage done, but they're going to be paying for it with their life as Admin Aces are holding strong right now. Essel trying to land some rocket shots right now, but they are going to be focused out for the time being. Still have not found anything. There it goes. The nice direct into Parody. Taking down the May is huge with the Blizzard online. The barrage coming through as well. Taking out the other DPS for Admin Aces. Is now in it to win. Intit is already starting to come back strong, but Gavin Slim turning it back. They've taken out Mute, but they need to deal with this Pharah in the sky as Essel finding more and more picks after pick. It's still anyone's point, however, but now with Mill getting these picks onto the point there, that should be finally Admin Aces winning this out.
That was a crazy fight. I was originally going to say that Admin Aces made a mistake by stepping out of the point, exposing themselves to that Pharah, and even though they did lose point for a little while, Milk just put on a clinic there. Ryan is so scary in those close range points, and you could say actually it was really its mistake to even send the Pharmacy inside point when she could just have the safety of the high skybox outside.
We already see Pitpack going down early. That's not what you want. They still have not gotten up to this tactical visor, but Essel already back online with this barrage. Gonna look to take out these supports most likely, as well as the DPS. It's
a really early beat there.
It is an early beat, and they're not going to find much value with it because they didn't really push into them. As they're going to look to do, the barrage going to be going down onto the solo tank, as that is going to open things up for Intit, as they are going to find 2 picks with this Pharah, and they're going to look to push onto this point. The Pitpat going down super low, going to get that health back to stay alive for the longer time, as finally Intit are going to come back and get that point into their favor.
Yeah, Intit finally getting that flip again. This is just such a chaotic match right now because with that Wrecking Ball, he's just, not only is it 5v5, so people are already playing more separate and get to make more individual plays, but the Wrecking Ball sort of stirs it up even more, but Hyper Knight dies, which you do not want to see here.
Yeah, Mill is taking down Hyper Knight early on is going to be huge. The Tactical Visor now finally being unlocked by Pitpat. But, ooh, a nice little boop coming in from Essel, taking off the Coalescing Moira off the side of the map. But it's still anyone's game at the moment if Admin Aces can get another pick in this fight. But no, the DMAC going on to the solo tank is going to be there. But no, they're going to get this point back into their favor. And it's going to be really difficult for anyone to touch for Intit. They do get there with the Moira of Mute. As now Jonathan and Pitpat coming back strong for this side. They need to get this fight win. It is in that overtime bar, and it's going to be ticking down very quickly if they get off this map, as Essel with another barrage finding Gavin off this side of the map. And there it goes, the team kill gong being sounded.
Yeah, this is... I'm looking at Intit here. It seems like Hyper Knight is not getting that much done on the Wrecking Ball, or at the very least Wrecking Ball just seems like a really hard character to get value from in this Overwatch 2 build. Fortunately, their DPS continue to make these really big hero plays. Soldier and Pharah, I think both, once they find an angle that they can sort of sit on, can just destroy someone really fast.
Well, the Coalescence has started off, but Hyper Knight is already gone off the side of the map there. Admin Aces have got this advantage to push forward, but they've taken out Parody. It's still traded all around. Pitpat with 2. Now popping Tactical Visor, looking to take some more out. Bolting Cake, not to be outdone, has found 2 of their own. The Death Blossom coming out online as well, not finding anything, as they're going to be flipping it back in 4th here on point. It's anyone's point, but they need another pick, but that's going to be huge. Gavin landing a massive sound barrier on the board. This could be what the side of Admin Aces needed, as now it's all red in this kill feed. It is just this Wrecking Ball left on point as they take them down, as it should be the rest this should be Admin Aces' point to lose now, as they're going to tick down the overtime bar. No one's going to be able to touch, and Admin Aces take round 1 of Lijiang Tower.
That was an incredibly close match, super chaotic. It just seems like, again, we get to see how much individual power the DPS get now. But actually, one of the real MVPs of that match was Bolting Kick. I think Bolting Kick as Moira has just like an incredible ability to find kills and like find low targets to finish off, and I think we saw that in a few team fights there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens on this map. But now we're going to Control Center, and I think even Intit, which seems to like some of those more like ball comps, those like spread out comps, understand, okay, we need to rush because it's Control Center.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, because I do know that a lot of people are saying that Moira Lucio is just this superior composition, support composition, and I'm seeing Intit continuously playing this Ana, and then it's not really worked out well for them right now. We shall see if it works out in the end. But it's already starting out well for the side of Intit. They've taken down Bolting Cake, as Essel on this Junkrat is just finding so much value here at the moment, as yeah, there they go. Intit is going to take this first fight win.
Yeah, it's not easy for Junkrat to work, but not only is he good on this map, but I think the flanks are so important, because I think one of the main ways you're going to get kills with Junkrat is actually not just spamming a choke with your left click, but making sure you get like a nice combo with your C4 there, with your left shift, and that's definitely what SL is doing here. Just making sure to find these off angles that really scare them, but a huge wall comes out from Parity here.
That is a big wall, but a big anti is going to come in response on the mill there, as the Riptire getting unlocked and finding some value here, as it's going to take down Mill out of this fight. And that should open things up for Intit to make some more space into the rest of Admin Aces, as Essel finds 2. Essel finds 3 there now, as they push Admin Aces back to spawn.
Essel is definitely at home on the Junkrat here. We're seeing just how good Intit is at keeping this close hold, and it's very important to keep that close hold so that Admin Aces have no room to breathe here. And the question for Admin Aces now is which direction they choose, and they are going the long way right. So we'll see what direction, how Intit chooses to meet them.
That's a nice shot coming in from Parity, taking out Essel. The Shatter does come online. They're going to try to keep the Parity up. They have this Blizzard, and they need to use it to win this. And they're going to lock people up with it, as Mill gets 2 in that fight. And they're going to just wrap things up, taking out Hyper Knight now, as Essel's going to try to come back, but it is going to be walking into the zone of death if they do not. But Jonathan, going down early is not what you want. Oh, sorry, Jonathan is going down for Intit, as that UI is still messed up.
Yeah, that's right. So Admin Aces have flip control, but they don't hold as close as Intit does. They're holding around this like escape pod thing here, and Intit is starting to push in here with this ham.
Yep, the Riptire coming out online looking for some value here, but nothing has, they find nothing with that Riptire. The Blossom is out from Pear, not going to find anything either, as a nice sound barrier from Jonathan is there, but it's too late. It's not going to keep Hyper Knight alive, is what you needed right now, and that should open things up for Admin Aces, as Mill and Parity finding 2 picks in that fight, as the rest of them are going to go back to spawn, and they're going to be able to stagger out Pit Pat on that Reaper.
You gotta question if that Lucio beat was the right decision rather than just taking a fast reset here, because not only did Intit lose the fight anyway, but they didn't even really get that many ults out of Admin Aces just because they used that beat, and especially with these higher ult charge times, you need to be very disciplined when you use them.
The Shatter comes online. It does connect to Parity, but 2 picks have already gone into the favor of Admin Aces. Now 3-4. This is all they need. It's just Jonathan left on point, and they take that Lucio's life as they win that fight yet again, and ticking up to 80% now.
It's so interesting to watch an Overwatch 2 game like this, because a fight can happen, and if it's like a particularly fast fight, there will be no ults. Because ult charge, just that blanket nerf on it. Mute is going to have an ult just as this fight begins here, but the neutral is just so much more important now.
Yeah, and that was a massive wall coming in from Parity. A nice anti comes in from Mute, as well. Here comes the nano boost onto Hyper Knight. This looks good for the side of Intit, but the May Blizzard coming out online as Parody locks them all up, finding 2 as Bolton Cake takes down Hyper Knight, and that is going to be map number 1 in the favor of Admin Aces.
Parody put on an absolute clinic in May gameplay here. I don't know what else to say. Just in that like rush mirror, the walls were such a huge advantage compared to anything Intit had because they didn't really have a May. And that left click does so much damage per second. The ults were huge. Not only is May like a very viable and strong DPS, but Parody is really like showing off that he is one of the best players of it in this entire league right now.
Yeah, that it's still the same, I feel like, from Overwatch 1 there. If you're not running that Brawl type of composition with that May, it's you're kind of throwing. I mean, you could in Overwatch 1 run the Symmetra like they were like Intit was running, but like you were saying before the match started, Symmetra is not that viable any longer because there is not that many shields. And with Symmetra's Photon Beam working the way it does, it charges on those beams without losing any ammo costs. So the biggest thing that Symmetra was known for was shield break, and there's no more shields. So it's really hard to find value with the Symmetra that Intit was running.
Yeah, this is definitely like, I would say Legion Control Center, if there is a map where you're going to make Symmetra work, it might be that. But I just think it seems like you're missing out on a lot by not running May. And unless you're really confident in whatever other DPS lineup you have, it's just hard not to. So it's just hard to get away with not running May. And I think, I mean, who knows? Maybe May isn't in the hero pools of Intit, so they were still better off not running it. But even after that close garden, it was just, well, it actually wasn't that one-sided in terms of percent, but it sort of felt that way, that like once Admin Aces did finally sort of break through, they never gave up point.
Yeah, definitely. And they're gonna have to figure something out here because, well, it is a 1-2, so they are on match point, and if they don't win this, they lose out on going to the grand finals here against Windmill, and having that my goodness, the bragging rights of one of the first Overwatch 2 tournaments wins in their back pocket, which I feel like is a very good thing to have. But we're gonna be going here now to Coliseum, and this is a push map, I believe, right?
Yes, this is push. I was gonna say, now that Intit to win it has the counter pick advantage, they get to pick a map that fits their archetypes better. So Coliseum is very interesting. I think this might be the least understood map in the game, because I think push maps are like the maps that are the most unsolved right now, but I think even among them, Coliseum is just a huge question mark, because it's just so different from anything we've really seen in Overwatch before, not only because of the game mode, but sort of those big like 360 degree like spiral type turns in the road. It's a very unique map, so we'll see if, but I will say it's pretty open on a lot of parts of it, so Intit can definitely find situations where they don't have to run the Rhine, because I think they might understand at this point that if they end up in a Rhine mirror, they don't have the hero skill sets to come out on top.
Really interesting. Intit opting for the Zarya, which in my playing of the beta, running a Zarya into a Reinhardt is not usually the best method for your madness here, but we shall see if this works out into the favor, as we do have a swap coming in, as Nova is now in for that tank role. We shall see how it goes. The first fight is coming underway, as they're going to be rushing into the rest of Intit here, as Mute going down early on. Mill is going to pay it for it with their life, but the overall aggressiveness coming in from this Admin Aces squad is just going to win them this first fight.
That was just exactly what you want to see from Admin Aces there, because the thing about playing a really poke-heavy comp like Intit has, well, it's not super heavy, but they have like the Zarya bombs and the Soldier and the Genji. Intit wants to really keep their distance from Admin Aces and just whittle down their resources with their long range. But Admin Aces, they just use the speed boost and they close the distance really quickly, and once they did, Intit did not enough close range damage to fight back.
Yeah, as they're gonna start off, again, the charge coming through, a massive anti-nade comes in from Mute, but the follow-up needs to be there from Intit. They do take down one, it is traded all around. Pit-Pat has found 2 in this fight, and now it does look good for the side of Intit as Jonathan finding 2 as well, as they get that robot back into the favor of Intit.
Now that is what you want to see. That was a very useful part of the map for them, because I think one way you can beat this really strong Reinhardt comp is get a soldier on the high ground. Soldier on the high ground with only 1 tank, and especially with a tank as immobile as Reinhardt, is just so hard to dislodge. There's very little you can do about it. He just puts that damage out there, so I really want to see Intit, if they can't just play far away, just use some high ground here, because that's going to be the difference maker.
Well, they're going to start things off with the Coalescence out from Bolton Cake. They are going to trade out 2 picks here, but it is going to be the Blizzard being unlocked, and that should just be all they need to win this out, as they do get Pit-Pat to use that Tactical Visor to no avail.
Yeah, this is one of the... If we're talking about trying to understand this map, I think one of the important things about it is that the team fights seem to always happen, at least at the beginning, in that area, that big hallway, where the 2 teams meet, and that has no high ground. So that actually is really difficult for Soldier. But now they're going for the Nano Blade here.
Yeah, the Nano Blade out online as Essel finds Gavin looking for another one, taking down Mill, and that should be the side of Intit coming back strong, finding everything they need to get this robot back into the favor of the team in blue.
Nova going through those DE Dust 2 doors, trying to get Bolton Cake here. So he fades out. So now, like I said, we're back in the hallway here, and we're going to see how exactly Intit... Actually, no, they're getting out of the hallway, which is exactly what Intit to win it wants, because now Pit-Pat can take an angle that isn't just at sea level here.
We do have a swap. Monkey is now out for Admin Aces, and it is going to be traded all around. Gavin and Nova are down in this fight, but now it is going to be Intit finding the value that they need, getting the picks into their favor, and continuing to make some pushes to push the robot even farther.
Yeah, this is, again, it's just looking really good for Intit to win it now that they've gotten out of that, like, corridor of death here. They can clean up, and despite sort of the way the map is meant to be designed, where, like, the idea is that the closer you get to the enemy spawn, the harder it is. In a way, it's like kind of easier for Intit to win it, even though they're a little closer, because they have just map geometry that benefits them. This team fight's starting off pretty slow. Neither team really wants to commit, but Pear has decided to do it for Admin Aces.
Yeah, they're going to come in looking to get this Death Blossom in the back line here. There it goes, the Death Blossom now unlocked, going and taking out Jonathan, as the side of Admin Aces are going to open things up. Parity with 2 in this fight, looking for a third. They find it as well, trying to get Pit-Pat before they can run out from the run back to the rest of their squad here, as they're going to be chasing them down, but no, they're going to let them get out.
I feel like Admin Ace's comp here sort of demonstrates the way Winston's identity has kind of changed, because I think it's better understood not as like a sort of dive comp, it's like more of like a 5-man, you know? Like, they still want to play with that rush style, it's just with a Winston instead of a Reinhardt.
As a nice beat does come through from Gavin, but they do fall down in the end as Essel with the Dragon Blade finding them out. It is going to be 2 for 1 currently, but there goes Admin Aces. Now they've evened things up. They need another pick if they want to continue to push this point forward, and they definitely need to. It's just so close at this moment in time with only 3 minutes to go. If Admin Aces can get a good run out of it, they might be in a good place to win this entire map out. But now they're coming back is Intit. They found 2 in this fight. The Primal Rage is going to come out from the side of from Mill on this Winston, looking to take Nova off the side of the map, and they aren't going to find him off the side, but Parity does take them down. It's still even anyone's game at the moment, but it does look like Intit are going to be able to get the robot back into their control.
Yeah, Intit to win it is finally going to be able to escort the robot back to their side. Very interesting situation here, and I'm wondering if the Zarya is still the right pick for Nova. It feels like with that Somber Reaper, something like a D.Va could get a lot more value, whereas, you know, something like Matrix and D.Va's Constant Gunfire might be a little better than Zarya's Bubble and Laser. This team fight's getting really scrappy now. It seems like a bunch of 1v1s and 2v1s.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to get a full regroup here, but PitFat has gone down to parity as they're going to be using the sound barrier from Jonathan to continue to try to stabilize forward and is Intit, and they are going to continue to push this robot a little bit more forward as they're going to try to get a nice slam through, but there comes the Graviton Surge out from Nova, and that's going to lock everyone up and finally win this fight for Intit and get the well-needed reset that Admin Aces needed.
A huge grab from Nova, obviously, and you have to wonder if the ult charge changes are kind of messing with the idea of ult tracking, because I feel like if you're playing Wrecking Ball there, you gotta know that when you slam, you're gonna get grabbed, and that when you get grabbed, you're gonna die, so it's a little difficult to figure that out, and so that's definitely helpful for Zarya, that people don't know when she has grabbed or not.
Yeah, the Dragon Blade out again for Essel, finding parity and Bolton Cake, but it is even all around, and they are so very close to taking that lead in this push game mode at the moment, but it is looking good for Admin Aces. They've got this EMP online, but pair going down is not what you wanted to see as the side of Intit looked to win this out. The sound barrier coming out from Gavin to try to stabilize the tac visor from PitFat is going to look to get some value out from them. Nothing doing yet as the minefield comes through from Mill. Try to stabilize this point for the side of Admin Aces. The Death Blossom comes through, takes down Jonathan. This might be what they needed. Admin Aces are going to be able to win this fight out, and it's down to 14 seconds left, and they've got the robot in their control.
This is really bad for Intit. Not only do they have to get a fast regroup and get a touch, but after they touch, they have to push the robot all the way back to their limit and actually keep pushing it to pass the limit. So they need a long overtime push, and with Jonathan staggered already, that's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, they're going to be able to touch Nova with the Doomfist swap, but from how much longer are they going to be able to hold on is the question as the overtime bar ticks down for the side of Admin Aces, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 fashion.
God, talk about a storyline with Admin Aces. Like I said, getting sent to losers very early and now making a run all the way to the grand finals. Intit to win it showed many more signs of life in that match. They had it was definitely a good map pick for them in that the map worked a lot better for the heroes that they like to play, but it still seemed like they were a little confused. They hadn't really found this perfect archetype that worked for them, whereas Admin Aces had certain heroes that they knew were the right ones, and they were just really comfortable just executing what they wanted, even in some unfavorable map geometry.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. I would love to highlight Essel on the side of Intit because they were very good, and they with how a lot of people are personifying Genji as this must pick. I think they're setting themselves up for a very good Overwatch 2 if they continue to look good on that Genji like they did specifically on Coliseum there. And I'm excited to see what they do going forward in more BPL tournaments.
Absolutely, I feel the same way. I think even though Intit to win it will not be too happy about going down 2-0 there, they are clearly showing a lot of strong mechanical talent, a lot of promise, and we have a lot of Overwatch 2 ahead of us in the next few years. So with any luck, some of those players will be making some more finals appearances, even if they couldn't get this one.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, you're not going to want to go away. We've got a big matchup, the grand finals right after this short little break. Admin Aces versus Windmill. It's going to be a banger of a series. It's going to be first to 3, so you get to see more than just 2 maps for your viewing pleasures. But that's going to be it for me. Thank you all for my portion. Peace out. See ya when I see ya.
Thank you, guys.
And Blade being built up, or at the very least, you're just going to have to Blade early without the Nano. Meanwhile, on the other side, draw 2, you're going to have this Visor. Juicebox, there's so many good high grounds you could take here on Midtown 3rd point. Yep, and you're already seeing running straight over to the elevator, holding high ground with this Visor could be deadly.
Yep, indeed, there will be the ability to tag Visor from up here. Almost catches goal GG, Gag there. But doesn't actually take him out. Luke is the one to fall instead, forcing Draw 2 ever backwards. Bance Reinhardt here is so good on this point of the map because you're able to stably hold these corners, whereas the Orisa wouldn't be able to deny as much damage around those corners. However, RQT and Hinata show you a trade out there. I think Draw 2 still have to regroup.
Yes, indeed. They're back to the drawing board. The Visor came up with nothing, and now Unpopular Demand has an actual win condition for this next fight. They have the Nano Blade online. POs just have to come up big with it this time. It should be possible as long as this beat from Elios isn't crazy.
Yep, Hinata gonna get out of the way of that Terror Surge, now going in the backline with the Blade. The sensitivity is too high for me to handle right now, but there's the Shatter Band, putting 2 of them on their backsides and slicing through them with the hammer. And now the time bank has fell from 5 minutes to 2. This is great here from Popular Demand.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal 3rd-point hold they've been able to put together here, as well as they're trading their ults pretty effectively. The question is just, what is Unpopular Demand going to do for this next fight, right? They don't really have anything in the bank. It's going to come down to just raw mechanics, but I feel like Bant can find a cheeky pin or something like that to be able to initiate this fight well.
Yeah, absolutely. Bant needs to come up big with that, though, because this beat from Draw 2 could sustain them through it. But RQT going down means that that is the carry gone. I think Draw 2 are just going to back up here and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how the Genji's falling to the Ana in the backline like that, but they're just taking advantage of this Draw 2 to build Nano, and somehow Azzy overextends.
Yeah, and RQT just dashes straight in there looking to follow up on this. They're going to get the Nano Boost onto them and put in the damage. Bant almost gets bursted down from that. What is that pin? It doesn't kill off RQT. They're on the sliver of HP and they get that beat coming through from Alois to make sure they stay alive. RQT is now still at large while Azzy puts the bind in. No, they're actually alive. Guy gets that there, but it's a good thing there for Draw 2 to force that out. But you still lose there actually from Reborn, and they hit a counter shatter, but ends up getting put on their backside. That would be Titan falling. Reborn has to get rid of killing from Lucas, but still able to protect his front line pretty heavily. The Phantom was down, so it's Reborn. Phantom is very susceptible to death here. Phantom is going down there, so going to be putting in the damage now to Bang. Somehow, Overwatch is up against the odds. This was looking so bad for him. Take map 2 and are looking to be on. They have to reverse.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the A-League bracket for the Beta Brawl right here at the Bad Patch Mari League. I will be your colour caster for tonight. My name, as always, is Jace. Joining me for play-by-play is Exy. Exy, say hello.
Hello, and I gotta correct you there. It's Zizzy. Everyone's
right,
got to get my name down. Come on, y'all.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, Zizzy, we've got a great matchup tonight, haven't we? We've got Windmill 2 versus Admin Aces 2. It's quite the redemption arc for Admin Aces, isn't it? This brand was, fair to say, not the most successful in Bad Patch Mari League Season 3, but now they are all the way at the top of the summit, looking for the crown in the first event of Overwatch 2. New game, new era, new format, new adjustment, new balance, new game mode, new beginnings. Admin Aces 2, and for Windmill 2, well, I mean, I would say they fell apart during Snowdown as well. I think there was a lot of roster trades at the deadline there. But that was then, and this is now. So why don't we have a quick look at some of these rosters and tell me which players you really like on either side.
Yeah, definitely. Windmill 2 has been putting in the work this tournament. Like you said, redeeming themselves from Snowdown. I believe they're undefeated at this point in the tournament, so will be a scary contender for Admin Aces this match. But Admin Aces, they've been putting in the work as well. Had a great showing in the match earlier today, playing a lot of good Brawl comps, parity on the Mei, doing a lot of work with just using Wall as a smart cooldown, able to disrupt the enemy team constantly. So not having seen these two teams play against each other already, it'll be an interesting matchup for sure. Windmill, like I said, undefeated, but I think the lack of familiarity that these two teams have with each other could definitely throw Windmill for a loop.
Yeah, definitely. One thing we've seen from Admin Ace is I got to cast their game against, I think it was Summit actually. I got to cast one of the last few games yesterday with MFG, and the level of the support line for Admin Aces, I mean, I expected it because Bolton Cake has been so good. Basically since BPL Season 3, potentially before, but that was when I first started taking notice of him on Summit during that Season 3 of Bad Patch Minor League. Obviously 6v6, now he's come over to 5v5. He's been basically perma-forced onto the Moira, something that is always more of a team play oriented character. It is something that you use to funnel burst healing into your team and give them their effective HP pools to really take it to the enemy and to overpower them just on pure stats alone. But he's a playmaker, always has been, always will be. Was on the Zenyatta and now is doing it on the Moira. So what do you think quickly, as we're going to take a look at both of these teams? We're going to get first map pick any second now. What do you think's changed, actually? Let's focus on that, from 6v6 to 5v5 Overwatch 2. Obviously, a bunch of stuff has been overhauled as well in between. How do you think the game has evolved in this very first beta patch for Overwatch 2?
It's been really interesting to see. Generally, I think the fights, everyone's noticed they last a lot shorter. They're over a lot quicker because one pick, it is a much more sizable percentage of your overall team that's remaining, especially if you're able to get a tank pick first, because that's probably 50% of your overall health pool as a team gone. So what we've been seeing over this tournament is a lot of fast play, a lot of fights that are determined by one or two really good picks, and then team compositions that are built around that. So like I said before, Admin Aces has been prone to running a Brawl comp, so they want to have a lot of sustain for team fights to get them through. So they're going to use the Moira heal, they're going to use the Mei wall to their advantage. They have a Reinhardt, so they have shield to stay behind, and the longer that they can keep these fights going, the more opportunities they have to sneak in an elimination there and get an advantage, or at the very least get more progress towards ultimate charge than the other team might. So like I said, a lot faster play coming out from all teams, all compositions, not just Brawl. And first map will be Lijiang Tower, so we'll see what these two teams elect to pick here.
Yeah, I think, if they're defaulting to the Brawl, then it will be an excellent choice for this map. The ability to go point and sustain on the objective, I think, will always be a permanent for Overwatch. Overwatch 1, Overwatch 2, Overwatch 6, Overwatch 7, whatever you want. Going as a team and stacking on the objective on a control map, I don't think that's going to change for a very long time. And in the face of unfamiliarity, in the desert of uncertainty that is Overwatch 2 right now, teams are defaulting to what they know best. I think at this level, we've seen time and time again, it's always been these rush, brawl-based compositions. Windmill 2, they're going to be going out with Dust on the Doomfist. Played a little bit of that in the DPS and Snowdown, but now he's on tank. And for Admin Aces, well, it's your standard Mei Reaper Rush, Sansa Diva, obviously.
Yeah, Admin Aces are going to be comfortable on this pick as they send Parity out with the wall, just trying to disrupt the team, but caught out a little bit. Cryo Freeze able to keep him alive for the time being as Admin Aces tries to rotate to save him, but not enough in the end. Parity's going to fall to Wi-Fi's dash, and now Windmill's going to turn on the gas, push onto this point here. Dust taking the lead, finding Bolting Cake with the punch, and although Pear finds Dubu, Admin Aces does not have the numbers here. They're going to be forced off a point by Windmill as they flip the point in their advantage.
Yeah, what we saw there, I think, was something that we're going to see a lot during this series. This is the evolution of Overwatch 2, ladies and gentlemen. Parity had their ice block forced so early. There was no Diva to be able to cover. That is a gap, that is an exploitable weakness in this new 5v5 rush composition. What did it mean? Parity was so vulnerable once they came out of ice block, and Wi-Fi on the Genji, something that has not fared well historically against the Mei. Rushed him, eliminated him, took him down, sent it back to the spawn, and from there Windmill won the fight.
Dust popping the Meteor Strike early, able to disrupt the team a little bit as Wi-Fi goes in with the Blade, and the DPS on Windmill are just cleaning up here. Admin Ace is not fighting a good fight in the end.
No, definitely not. They did not have any resources. Bolting Cakes, Coalescence, that all-important Coalescence are helping set the tempo. Not even online for this fight instantly. Parody's going to try and flip it with the Blizzard, though. I guess the respawn's coming, it's potentially doable. Dust could fall down. Windmill, I think, if overextended here.
That's 2 good picks there. Dust and Wi-Fi down for Windmill 2 is... I'm not sure this tank player. The Reinhardt is going to try and move in and disrupt a little bit more, but the beat out from the is going to keep Windmill healthy. Nice shatter, though. Admin Aces picking up 2. They're keeping this fight going, but Windmill 2 still has control of the point here as Dust is just looking to disrupt off to the side. Wi-Fi going in with a Genji, narrowly avoids being hacked, but it's going to get hacked in the end, and Windmill 2 losing the point.
Yep, Windmill 2 are going to give over that all-important My Ultimate. It was a nice flip from Parody. I thought for sure it was a little bit over-aggressive, but they really knew the respawn numbers, and obviously, hey, the fact that it was 5v5 meant there was less of Windmill than there normally is, so they played that switch around perfectly. Once again, I keep asking myself, if there was a D.Va there, what could have happened for either of these sides? But that lack of the off-tank, that lack of peel is really showing up big, and it's making these fights that you would think are lost, cut and dry, so winnable for both of these teams. That's a beat coming in from Gavin, though. Both teams are wrestling to each other in this tight room.
Yeah, Admin Ace is using the B to rotate through this inside room as Dust is there with the Meteor Strike, but Admin Ace is able to rotate out of the way. Milk trying to displace Dust as Wi-Fi picks up Para in the back. Admin Ace is going to be down 1 for this fight. Parody just trying to do damage on the Sombra, keep the pressure on, but Dubo's still holding on to that Death Blossom and finding 2 more even without the aid of it. And Windmill 2 is just going to sweep back into this point and turn it over.
They are, and they look so good here. Dubu and Dust are just funneling the front line. They are almost like 2 pseudo off-tanks in themselves. There's no Reinhardt. There's such a lack of defensive cooldowns to help, but Windmill do not care, because why have defensive cooldowns when you can just kill them instead? And speaking of just kill them, Dubu lets go, the Beyblade comes out, doesn't manage to find anyone though.
The Coalescence is there from Bolton Cake, keeping the team alive and burning down Dubo a little bit, forcing him out. Blade from Wi-Fi, but gets cut down by Pear in the end, as the Reapers are dueling out on point, but V is there with the follow. A beat as well, but a nice EMP from Paraday is going to mitigate some of the usefulness of it, but even then, there's just not enough members of Admin Aces 2 on point, and with the shatter from Milk out now, still no follow-up. Oh, but finding 2 with the charge, that could fix it. The
absolutely good.
Finish off onto it, and it's just the Lucio and the Genji on point. Dust punching in, Bolton Cake taking down Lee, as both final members of Windmill 2 are very, very low. Admin Ace is finally just going to cinch this point out in the end, flip it back over, but they have 1 fight.
God, they do. God might exist, because that was a prayer from Milk on the Reinhardt. Just pressed shift and hoped, found 2, and that flipped the fight. Once again, just getting 2 quick picks, so important. We have 5v5 that took them down to 2 versus 3 on the objective, and from there it was Parody and Pear that could clean up. Those DPS were both still alive, but Admin Aces have got to be perfect from here on out.
Oh, Dust looks for the punch onto Paul, but not able to cancel out of the Coalescence, as Paul just keeps the Coalescence going, finishes off Milk as well, and once again, Windmill just winning a fight with ease and rotating the point. Now the fight has to be played on point, but it's not going to be any follow-up from Admin Aces. Parody is going to tickle the backline a little bit more, but Milk makes the switch over onto Ball just to stall it out a little bit longer, but this team fight is more or less over. A nice boop from Gavin, or from E to keep people off the point. Dubu taking out Gavin, and Spite still going as well. Good stall from Milk. Coalescence now from Bolton Cake to try and keep the fight going, but the beat from Knee is too much for Admin Aces to burst down, as a Blade is just going to clean up the backline, and finally Windmill 2 caps the first point on Li Zhang.
Yeah, Windmill, I think, coming out and playing the compositional difference here, and that compositional difference was almost solely in the hands of Dubu on that Reaper. So strong, such an overwhelming presence with that speed boost, with that left click healing, with that burst healing that you get from the Moira. Remember guys, there is 1 less tank in the game, but the healing numbers from these supports have not been adjusted, which means you've got more to funnel onto your tanks. There's also now less damage in the game. because of the way the armor's been readjusted, and because of the fact that there is missing an off-tank, who is sometimes your primary source of damage in some compositions, and they apply a lot of pressure as well. So Windmill really abusing the overwhelming health advantage that they've got, and I mean the Reaper is just smashing into an Admin Aces now. They have to mirror with Pear going over to the Reaper now as well.
Admin Aces taking the fight in this close space. They want Windmill to come to them and try and get an advantage with this wall as they continue to try and rotate onto the back line. Looks like Dubu's caught out by Admin Aces. Parity finding the final blow, and now Admin Aces flipping the map a little bit. They're just going to push back onto the point. Wi-Fi going down to Parity, and now at Windmill 2 slowly losing this fight out. They might contest a little bit longer, but this point is all but Admin Aces.
Yeah, it's 100% Admin Aces as they start getting that tick up. Nice adjustment actually from Admin Aces there themselves. They understood Dust can't really hold space as much as Milk can on this Reinhardt, so they just went for the prime target. They went for that win condition, which is Dubu on that Reaper. Once he went down, Windmill's damage was sorely lacking, and then Admin Aces walked Dubu. Once again though, Parity finds himself a nice pick. Wi-Fi goes down.
And that's another nice wall. I've been seeing those from Parity all day long and yesterday as well. It separates the team with the freeze, and Pear finding both supports in the back line. Milk cleaning up the Reaper as well, and they're just going to hold this choke a little more. This is a great spot to hold with the Mei.
Yeah, it's so good. Windmill are going to have such a hard time beating that. Dust needs to go over, and does now go over to the Reinhardt. They just don't have enough presence in that front line. Okay, he's going to pull out the Orisa, the new modified adjusted Orisa, but Admin Aces, they don't care. They're going full tempo. The call comes in from Bolton Cake.
Interesting wall from Parity, separates the back line a little bit, but the coalescence from Bolton Cake means they can play a little bit more aggressively. B comes out from Gavin, keeping the team alive through Wi-Fi's Blade, which doesn't find anyone. He actually gets walled in the end. No damage follow-up. Another shatter from Milk onto the front line of Windmill. Probably just the first one, but still a nice cleanup at the end. But a pretty intensive investment of ultimates there.
It was. Luckily for Admin Aces though, Windmill got out that primary win condition from Wi-Fi, that Dragon Blade. I guess they have double support, so it's going to mean they once again have HP advantage going into this fight. But Admin Aces, I think for now, if they can just stall to 99, they're going to be absolutely okay.
Windmill trying to take this fight as early as possible, and Milk can't do much but stare the Moira in the face as he gets beamed down. Wi-Fi finishing off Pear. Windmill 2 gonna rotate around the Orisa to this point, take it back, and best Gavin could do now is stall the point out a little bit longer, but Admin Aces 2 getting to 99%, you gotta be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. I think you are thrilled if you're an Admin Aces fan, Admin Aces player, because now that ultimates are so important, each ultimate is so much more decisive in 5v5, obviously because there are just less of them in the lobby. You have to be so quick and so clean with it, and that coalescence that they managed to force out was good. They did not manage to force out the beat, so Windmill have still got a chance in this fight, but they're going against a heck of an ultimate in this Blizzard.
Coalescence comes out from Bolton Cake. It's matched by these Beat and Dubu getting the Death Blossom off in the back line, finishing off Bolton Cake. Can't fade away, and Dust finding another onto Parity. Admin Aces able to cap the point, but they're down people right now, and they're going to have to scramble back to point, try and get another kill, hopefully come back faster, but Dubu is there for the cleanup.
Yep, great cleanup. The Battle Cattle rides again. Dust, so good in that fight. Just pure aggression on that horse. Orisa is a stationary tank no longer. She's well and truly out of the stable. There we go. Well and truly out the stable, and well, just ready to ride free. Now we're going to see the new ultimate likely come out from Dust as well. That Terraform going to suck everyone and then keep Admin and Aces nice and CC to the tie from Wi-Fi. Oh no, does he with the Fire Strike?
Wow, that's a good pick. Pear not finding anyone with the Death Blossom, but Dust able to find Pear in turn, and now these teams are even. A nasty brawl going out on point right now. Admin Aces getting closer and closer to that Earth Shatter. That could be a decisive fight-winning situation for them with no shield on Windmill, but the Coalescence is going to keep everyone alive, and the peeling is just not there with Bolton Cake down.
Yeah, absolutely. Bolton Cake down. It's just the main source of sustain. It was a really cheeky and really clever ultimate in the split section. Dust had no hesitation. He's not here to mess about in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, instantly hit that Terraform, and it went down onto Pear, just one-shot him, and well, I've said it all map long. The Reapers are the win conditions in this composition, now more than ever, more than they were in 6v6, and well, Pear wasn't alive, and there we go.
Nice shatter! Wow!
It's so good.
It finds at least 3 members, able to down the in the end. Admin Aces flips the point now. They have a chance to hold here, and with Windmill very weak, they can't even push to point.
Wow. I thought Windmill were in a great position. Wi-Fi is literally loading up the tire as the round closes, but Admin Aces, they just kind of walked onto the point and took it for free. Like, what went on there? Like, talk to me, because I don't know what went on. Admin Aces, it just looked like they pressed W, and all of a sudden, the point was flipped and the round was theirs.
Well, V going down in that fight was pretty crucial. You know, you don't have speed to control how you are able to rotate onto the point there, and I think the amount of damage that they took meant that they had to kind of hold back and hide, but there just wasn't enough time to really take a breather and try and re-engage. It had to be all or nothing, that fight, and Windmill 2 had nothing.
They were bone dry on resources. Windmill going out again with this composition that we saw. Dust going to be on the Doomfist. Wi-Fi going to be on the Genji. Admin Aces coming out on a dive composition, but it looks like they just get sent off the map. That's 2 boots. One at the hand of Dust and one at the right click of V. And Admin Aces 2 down. There is no fight here for this opening point.
Yeah, you don't even try and contest that. You get out, get a little poke damage where you can, but you're not taking that team fight as Dust gets hacked up. Might be finished off, but the support is there. And Admin Aces, with the point not capped, are going to move in now for another clean fight.
It looks like they are just going to scramble to the point to recontest. Windmill, though, they can play the angles here. I think they can look for the poke and maybe potentially burst someone down. Speaking of, Dust falls, so Admin Aces, great opportunity to walk in here as Admin Aces are down their tank.
Dust went very low, but Thee is making plays in the backline as finishes off Gavin on the Mercy, and Paul finding parity as well. Support's doing work for Windmill right now. A nice boop on the Bolting Cake means that, once again, Admin Aces can't do much to contest this point as the numbers are just not there.
Nope. We talked about this, the power and the importance of that tank. You are the main frontline for your team. Dust going down, but D and Paul say no time to no problem, just went in support for combat style and clutched it out. Dust once again though getting very low, that power block just about manages to save him thanks to some peel, and well, they've been rewarded with double defensive ultimate for Dust's slight feeding. Oh, the double boom!
Oh, wow. There are now 2 tanks on the field for Admin Aces as Parity dupes the Doomfist, getting the environmental, but Paul picking up Gavin in the backline. Once again, Windmill's tanks putting in the work. Wi-Fi finishing off Milk, and again, Admin Aces deterred from even reaching the point.
Yeah, Parity got the copy onto the Doomfist, but Bolting Cake had already gone off the map. Thanks to a rocket punch, Dust is finding such an illegal amount of picks from environmental kills with this Doomfist right click. The Doomfist right click, it's not been changed from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the Twitch chat, there is, I think, a slight range increase, but this is something that both of these teams should know how to play around. But Admin Aces, they're falling for it every time.
Wow, the Coalescence just keeps Dust alive, allowing them to do whatever they want in the backline of Admin Aces, and even with both support ults coming out, it's just not enough to sustain. Windmill 2 had the advantage, they jumped first, and just like that, we're in last fight territory.
Yeah, they are. I think Gavin's Lucio here comes out basically 2 or 3 fights too late. They are going to get a nice pick onto Pair. That could be disastrous considering he has the EMP ready to go. 40% of the base HP of Windmill is just begging to be sent down thanks to the Q button, but Parity goes off the map. This could be Windmill wrapping it up right here with no Reaper.
That's a good pick, but again, Bolting Cake falling to the support line. And Admin Aces, again, has no answer seemingly for this Doomfist.
Yeah, there is no answer for the Doomfist, there is no answer for the Reaper. Admin Aces just got picked off too many times. I think they went white. They did not go white quickly enough. They went on that bridge too many times. They just were not respecting the environmental potential of Windmill 2. And well, I mean, they got sent back all the way down to Night Market from the top of the hill. They were absolutely environmental. That's a double boop to come out from the found so many this map. I mean, an environmental kill. As we said, I talked about the burst healing in the game. I talked about now there's less damage in the game, but if you can just send someone off the map, then that is not a problem at all.
No, and especially when you have so much environmental kill potential with the Doomfist Rocket Punch and Lucio's boop to disrupt. You can't play those coast lines. You have to play in close space. And I'm honestly surprised we didn't see a brawl attempt from Admin Aces on Lijiang Gardens there. You know, there was an opportunity for them to push through white, take the point, and just hold it with a Mei and a Reinhardt on point. But it almost seems like they've just been completely discouraged because of Dust's ability to do so much work on Doomfist with the assistance from Dubu on Reaper, the support line just keeping him constantly up while doing work in the back line.
Yeah, and I was talking to some of the players that have been eliminated, some of the participants in this tournament earlier, teams like Redwood, some of the Burger of the weak players as well, and generally some of the other teams in the tournament. I mean, I think Dust has found something that no one else has, because I talked to them and they said that they did not rate Doomfist, they did not see the potential, they thought it was overhyped and overrated. And honestly, when I critically analyze it, the ability to actually engage on the Doomfist, yes, you do a lot of power with that left click, you do so much damage with it, but you're fundamentally knocking people away from your team as you're engaging. But I mean, in Dust's case, now he's knocking people away from his team and off the map, so it just worked. And Windmill played this sort of rush comp excellently. Dubu and Dust almost felt like they were two off tanks in the front line together, and they were really cycling aggression and getting resources from their supports excellently as well. Paul and Lee doing a great job as that support line and really helping keep Windmill up and allowed them to play at that aggression, and it's a really deserved map 1 win because of it.
Yeah, the support line especially I want to highlight, like you said, doing great job at alt cycling, making sure that they're not stacking support alts, but also just providing general assistance. You saw them in a kill feed a lot of the times, seeing an advantage to go in, especially Lucio now, you can play him as more of a DPS character. There's less chance for you to be stunned by CC. You know, there's no Cassidy flashbang, there's no Brig shield bash, so if you have the ability to go in and the versatility or mobility rather to get in on walls and just keep your speed up, you can get in and out really quick, find a final blow onto a squishy character, and get out again. And like we said already so many times today, with 5 heroes on each team, one pick is a world of difference for a team fight.
Absolutely. And now that there is less damage in the game overall, any pick, any percent, any little bit of 10 HP, 20 HP that you can get from those left clicks from Lucio, from a damage orb, from a Moira, from even primary fire from the Moira, any damage you can get from your support line is so good. And the reason as well that Lucio and Moira is basically a perma existence, and probably will be a perma existence as we head into the next map as well, is just that ability to stealth peel, that ability to look after themselves, that ability to ultimately be self-sufficient while still finding enough value to support the rest of their team as well. And what it means is that everyone on Admin Aces, everyone on Windmill 2 and that composition essentially looked after themselves. Dust was in and out on that Doomfist. Dubu was in and out on that Reaper, and Wi-Fi was really only going in when he had a dash reset or a very easy burst combo. He was the one to finish off those low HP targets that were getting burst by the rest of his team, that were getting focused by the rest of his team. And then if you pull Dragonblade, it has to be respected instantly by the sound barrier from the Lucio. And then you take that 1-for-1 trade every day of the week because, well, support ultimates, they take absolutely aeons to charge now. So Windmill really putting thought, really putting precision, and really executing their composition very, very well. And looks like they're doing a little bit of adapting here. They are on the defense, of course, and it's going to be Dubu out on this reworked Bastion.
I really like this composition from Windmill 2. I imagine they're just going to try and teleport straight to point, force a rotation from Windmill 2, but actually going to the high ground above point, arguably an even better choice, is Windmill 2 forcing to respond with a rotation as Bolton Cake finds Paul. That's a nice pick for Admin Aces too, but Dust getting a pin onto Pear, but he's alone on point, or Cypher. I can't talk right now, sorry. Dubu finishing off Cypher on point. Both main tanks down for each team, but Windmill 2 doesn't have the numbers right now. Dubu's gonna do his best to clean up, but with the Mei and the Moira, and I say that, Admin Aces too, actually, with the TP still alive, are able to just rotate in and out of that high ground as they please and really push Windmill 2 out of their comfort zone into open space and just pummel them.
Oh, this is going to be a pin that comes in.
Ooh, that's a nice pick. Cypher dangerously low though. Dubu with the configuration tank. And Dust getting 3 just to clean up. Wow.
Well, I mean, Reinhardt unshackled, free from the chains of left click. Free from the chains of right click, sorry. Dust has become a left click warlord. Dust, by the way, there just walked into the backline of Admin Aces. Put that big hammer, or that big axe in this case, because he's cosplaying, I think, a WoW character or a class from World of Warcraft. And well, I mean, he's just carving fools in twain. So, I mean, call him Jack the Ripper because he's absolutely ripping Admin Aces in half. Parody and Cypher, though, managed to answer back. Have Windmill overextended. I actually think they have. That was an awfully quick team fight, and now they get control of tempo and hold once again.
Yeah, this is the first real lull in team fights that we've had since this map started, and Parity noticeably is back over onto the comfort pick on Mei, very close to this Blizzard ultimate as Windmill 2 trying to push in, but Bolton Cake's there with the Coalescence, trying to deter them. A nice shatter from Dust finds Parity, so no Blizzard available, and Cypher fighting Dubu as well. Admin Aces have a slight advantage here as Dust tries to clean up the front line, but there's just no support for Dust available as the whole team is split. Supports from Windmill 2 trying to push the point. Oh yeah,
V does a great job at stalling this out here. It's just all about the time bank for Windmill, and any time they can get these close respawns coming in, because V's just going to respawn and zoom out about Mach 10. And now Dust has once again gotten control of the payload, which allows Dubu to take this quick off angle. He's got that new sentry turret ready to go, going to be raining in some enemy AC-130s, but you can't do it if you're dead. Takes him down.
Yeah, it looked like Dubu was trying to flank off to the side, but Pear was there to meet him. And now the Blizzard out from Parity, looking to just focus down Dust. Gets the Nano to support him. Parity walls him off, or that's Wi-Fi's wall rather. Trying to keep him alive, falls in the end. And now the rest of Admin Aces 2 are just going to push forward into Windmill 2, force them out a little bit. Parity tries to get the recall. Ooh, does find Wi-Fi though, caught out by Parity's wall, and Admin Aces 2 holding this point here with some nice ults in the bank.
Oh, there we go. Dubu's going to try and go for these rockets to open up. I don't think they managed to find anyone, nor do they force anything back, any cooldowns out. Admin Aces are going to be chilling. They've got Coalescence ready to go any second. Just like
a nice shatter.
Oh, it's a huge slam from Dust, time and again.
And the follow-up is there.
Yeah, different game, same result from Dust. How many times has Dust done this on Reinhardt? Probably more than some people in Chalk give them credit for, that's for sure. But huge slam from the Windmill main tank, and now that gives them perfect opportunity, perfect vantage point to roll this payload through and try and cap second here.
Admin Aces 2 pushing in with the Coalescence here. Parity finding Dubu, and Cypher getting the charge on the Gavin falls, but Windmill 2 don't have the numbers here. Admin Aces able to clean up with the only ult invested, the Coalescence.
Yeah, I think Cypher's Earth Shatter actually came down as well, so correct me if I'm wrong, it might have been a case of monkey see, monkey do. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and Cypher, well, doing a perfect impression there of Dust as he put everyone behind him on the floor. And Admin Aces, they just win the fight off the Earth Shatter. So, I mean, we called it a dynamic ult in Overwatch 1. It's been anything but dynamic here. It's been impactful. Both of these last fights completely decided by Reinhardt Earth Shatter.
And Windmill 2 trying to push up these stairs here. Wi-Fi's Blizzard comes out. No beat from Gavin, though, as Wi-Fi is just going to be able to clean up all the members of Admin Aces 2 stuck in the Blizzard. Cypher charging in, trying to deter any progress here. Able to find a couple good picks, though, as Gavin's still alive, keeping him going. But Dubu is there, coming around from the right side. Looking to finish off Gavin here, as it's just these two players brawling it out on the high ground. Gavin able to stay alive as Pear returns from respawns. Dubu.
Gavin, no way. That's so well done. So well done from Gavin. That's so good. Rode the terrain perfectly there. Just put enough pressure onto Dubu that Pear came back in time to respawn. The beat's going to come down from him too, as the visor is comboed with Pear, so Pear's going to have all the confidence in the world to walk forward. But that visor expired. That beat expired as well. He was left with his base HP and Dust. One-shot him. Admin Aces once again is bitten off a little bit more they can chew. And Windmill, 40 seconds left, they might have been able to flip this.
Yeah, those three ults that came out from Admin Aces only countered by one from Windmill 2. That's these sound barriers. So a really great investment from Windmill 2 as they deter Admin Aces from contesting this high ground. And they're going to start making payload progress with 30 seconds left.
They finally need to. They got halted here for a couple of fights. I think some of them they were won, but unfortunately the respawns came in too thick and fast for Admin Aces 2. Now it's 16 seconds left on the clock. It's final fight. Dust has got this ultimate. He's going to look to go into one shot. That's power block for us. Should expect to see the meteor strike coming any second now. Manages to get parried on his way out.
The Tac Visor is a great one from Dubu, as it just means that Admin Aces 2 cannot contest the point here, and Dust and Paul are just going to clean up the members of Admin Aces 2 remaining.
There we go. That fight was basically over by the time I had to throw it. It was a little bit of a shit throw there, I apologise. Thought Dust was going to come down with that Meteor Slam and have almost a perfect time to segue, but he still got that ready for this fight. Now, let's just talk. Cypher's gone over to the Zarya. Nicely done to counter against the Doomfist. The bubbles are going to be so good for that hard engage. Parity has found himself without an ice block on the high ground against Wi-Fi. Dust has come up to help him, but I think the numbers here, yep, they're in the case of Windmill.
That was a good wall to keep Dust from getting the high ground. He's still going to get there with the Meteor Strike, but not finding any pickups as the rest of Admin Aces 2 now rotates down to low ground to contest the point. Dust gets a rocket punch onto Gavin, and now Bolton Cake forced to pop the Coalescence, but I think it was canceled by Dust's punch. Yeah, Parity gets the Blizzard out, not finding anyone. Wi-Fi takes him down, and Pear and Bolton Cake are just going to clean up Windmill 2 on this point, force him back a little bit, but a nice alted investment from Admin Aces 2.
Yeah, they've made some key adjustments as well. Parody's gone over to the Sombra, Pear is sticking on that Soldier. Cypher gone over to the Zarya. I really like Soldier on this point, so many vantage points. It's such a wide corridor, such a long corridor as well. This range, actually, is most of the time where you're fighting, particularly around where the payload is now. It's just perfect sight lines, perfect distance for Soldier. And once, look at him, he gets dived there, and Pear just drops down and runs away back to his support safely.
Dust was looking for Pear there, able to get out in the end, and the beat from the means that Windmill 2 was going to try and push this cart now. It is overtime, so this is their last chance to get cap point A, but Gavin's beat now coming out. They're looking to beam down Wi-Fi, who goes dangerously low, but able to live, but now the grab from Cypher is going to pick up everyone on Admin Aces, and now it's just Wi-Fi and Dust, and they're going to fall, and Admin Aces 2, a good hold here on the last point of Midtown.
Yeah, great peel from Admin Aces. Windmill 2 threw everything in the kitchen sink. They threw the whole damn farm trying to kill Fair, but unfortunately, Cypher had cracked the code. He was there with the kill switch, that Graviton Surge that came in and locked them all up. There was no defensive cooldowns left. Now that the Coalescence, now that that race has been changed, sorry, that fade that came in from the Moira just essentially faded out the Grav for a second and could not exit it because of the way that Grav has been changed, it's been buffed, and it meant that everyone inside of Windmill 2 was just locked up. Cypher had them all by the scruff of their neck, and it just meant that Admin Aces, hey, you know, you don't really need anything else at that point. There was no defensive ult that did come down. They were all locked in that Graviton Surge, and down they all went.
Yeah, and that stall that Admin Aces 2 had on point B, I think really saved them in the end, because the time bank that Windmill 2 was granted for the last point is, what, 2 minutes, 30 seconds is the standard? Yeah. And that meant that Windmill 2 had to use their ults at the right time, but unfortunately a couple fights there, they just invested a lot more than I think they needed to and didn't get much value out of them, more importantly. And Admin Aces 2 in that last fight had such a huge ult advantage. It's no wonder that they were able to full hold there.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that hold on the corner as well might be all important, but these first 2 points I think have been particularly challenging for a lot of teams to crack. This one, there's only going to be a couple of ways they can rotate it, but it looks like Admin Aces with Pear and Parody here are going to probably force Train Cart. If I'm seeing Zarya on this map, I imagine they're going to try and run up Train and force point, but no, they're just going to go underneath and straight to point and try and take the Brawl on the flat terrain.
Yeah, Windmill 2 doing their best to try and take the fight under the train, but Admin Aces 2 able to push out with the Lucio speed, and now they're rotating above the point. Gavin and Parody both finding picks on Windmill 2, and now they're going to rotate onto the point, start and apply some pressure here as the progress meter ticks up. The hack comes to point, gets burst down, and now it's just the DPS, the lone Wi-Fi, hiding off in the corner, trying to stay alive. Dust returning to point, but all 5 members of Admin Aces are on point A at this time, and they're going to be able to flip it in their favor.
Yeah, Admin Aces literally just run it down mid, by the way. Sometimes it's just a go point, kind of com from the team, and sometimes it works, and it absolutely did there. Cypher's going to get himself a billion energy. Not the much charge on his Graviton Surge, but I mean, Admin Aces, most importantly, I think they are 83 and 93% on that EMP. The feed has gone a little bit fuzzy, but they are definitely on their way to getting that. An EMP, if I've not said it before, I will say it now. So important. 40% of the base HP of Windmill is just begging to be deleted any second now.
And now Windmill 2 trying this dive out. They're going to try and isolate Cypher, but support is there for the tank. as the EMP comes out from Parody, and there's a little bit of follow-up on the side of Admin Aces, but Windmill 2 staying healthy with the Moira healing and the Lucio aura. They're going to keep pushing this point, Admin Aces. As Windmill 2 rotates again to the high ground. Looks like they're going to try and drop on top of him, but the soldiers trading out means that Admin Aces 2 still have an advantage here, but respawns will come back for Windmill 2.
Yeah. It looks like it's a new game. Same EMPs. We've seen these time and time again in BPL, but EMP that comes out and there's no follow-up from the rest of the team, and Admin Aces are deservedly punished for it. Now Windmill go with a heap of their own ultimates. This is 4 committed versus the 1 of Admin Aces, and they might be able to clutch it here. Oh,
and that's a good grab. Yep, that's a good grab from Cypher. But Wi-Fi finding picks with the blade. It means that Admin Aces using a lot that fight, not able to pick up a lot of eliminations, and sent back to their spawn rooms ultimately.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it would have been an illegal fight for Admin Aces to win, because Windmill committed 4 ultimates in that fight. They've only got the Primal Rage from Dust ready to go, and against this composition from Admin Aces, it's not going to be that good. You're going to have to use it basically to isolate pair, and that's it. But all importantly, 3:33 left on the clock. Admin Aces now should hopefully look to try and get some all important cart progress.
Oh, wow.
Shot the win con, pair goes down.
Wi-Fi picking up 2 in that fight. Admin Aces have no chance of pushing this here, but Parody does find Paul on the Moira. Still going to have to fade out. There's just no support from the rest of Admin Aces, but still moving towards that Death Blossom.
Yeah, you know, now the ultimates are less, there are less ultimates in the lobby, the ability to play in the neutral and clutch out is so much more important, but Wi-Fi just killed 2 straight off the bat, no ultimate needed, no blade required, and that's a great fight for Windmill because it puts them in such a good spot. It's a free fight where they get to charge and get towards their win conditions, their ultimates that make these fights so much easier. Now, once again, Pair has to use his visor to try and win this fight for his team.
Ooh, a nice visor picks up the as Parody gets the final blow, and Dust is going to do his best to disrupt the backline with the Primal Rage, but there's too much healing on the side of Admin Aces. Dust forced to retreat as Admin Aces 2 starts pushing this payload forward again.
Yeah, there we go. They're just going to get it. I believe they committed beat against the... I don't know what it was against, but they committed it just to keep Pair nice and healthy. So he got aggressive. Nice finish off from Parody as well to take down that visor target. But Windmill, they've got resources to contest here. Paul's coalescence in this fight is going to be massive.
And there's no beat for Wi-Fi's Blade, which is coming up right now. But first, Parody is going to pop the Death Blossom. Paul finding pair with the Coalescence. Going to try and push as much as possible, but there's too many ults on the side of Windmill 2, and Admin Aces just loses that fight outright.
Yeah, I thought Paul's Coalescence was going to be the game changer, the difference maker, but Windmill 2 just went with that beat and with that Dragon Blade instead. So Wi-Fi once again not really talked about him much this whole map and a half, map and 3/4, but he's been so good on that Genji. Obviously Genji revitalized in Overwatch 2 because everything that kept him subdued, shields, CC, mass HP, tanks, they basically have all been nullified, negated, or nerfed. So, I mean, the cyber weave is absolutely here to play, and Wi-Fi is putting on a clinic on Genji right now.
Dubu's got some nice off-angling, but the rest of Windmill 2 is pushing into Cypher's Grav. There's a lot of damage being put onto here now, and now picking up 3 for Admin Aces. They're looking to find the rest of the members of Windmill 2 as Dubu's contesting the point here, but it's all for naught in the end. Trying to take an aggressive push here, finishing off Wi-Fi, and with any luck, Windmill 2 is just going to back off and not even bother contesting this point.
Yeah, they're going to give. If they lose here, then they could potentially get snowballed, and that payload could be going all the way up to the corner. Admin Aces have found themselves on kind of the funny tech here. This is a comp I saw emerging yesterday and the day before, where essentially the Reaper is the main tank. You just give 2 bubbles over to Pair here, and he's going to TP into the backline with no CC in the game now, and just essentially try and one-shot a support before they can race out. So it's honestly quite a general strategy. I'm sure it'll get nerfed at some point, but for now, Admin Aces is going to try and run it all the way in the bank to a map win.
Dust engages the dive as Dubu pops the tact visor. Paul going, or rather, Bolton Cake going very low, but has the Coalescence. Able to flip the tides a little bit. They're going to push forward with the Coalescence. Parody gets an EMP and finds 2. Both supports now offline for Windmill 2. Parody finding a 3rd as Pair trades out the Reaper, and now Admin Aces 2 with just Dubu around to contest. We're going to push this box push this payload rather into the yellow victory box.
There we go. We are in for a hell of a series, aren't we? That is a really nice final fight from Admin Aces. The EMP was perfect. It was a nail in the coffin. Bolting Cake's coalescence meant that they had the energy, they had the confidence, they had the sustain to go in and run at them. And playing behind this Zarya adaptation, once Cypher went over to the Russian weightlifter, I mean, they were weightlifting the rest of the team. Admin Aces had a real core to play around. And what we saw from Windmill in that first map was using Reaper as an anchor to play around in tow with Doomfist. And Admin Aces go, alright, bet, okay. Then they go over to the Zarya, and they do it even more degenerately, and they give the bubbles over. And Cypher now plays as that tank, that aggressive frontliner, when those cooldowns are down, and managed to generate so much charge, land some massive Graviton surges because of it. And Admin Aces, it was their map pick, and they took it. Midtown goes the way of the hierarchy, of the organizers. Not quite the Admin Aces team that we know. Obviously, got some winners in there. I believe Bolting Cake was on Windmill at some point for Snowdown, but probably got traded around, as did most of that roster. But Admin Aces, yeah, this composition, I saw them on yesterday, looked so good. Cypher on that Zarya, Bolting Cake on that Moira. And they played so well around that Moira, Zarya, and Reaper, and it deservedly got them the map.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that Admin Aces can play comps besides the Brawl. I was saying earlier, they really have a lockdown on this Mei play, using the wall effectively in team fights. But to see them respond to Windmill 2's more aggressive dive style with really just a class play from Cypher on the Zarya is really nice to see. Means we're going to get some good games for the rest of the night. But those will be coming up shortly. We're going to go to a break, and once that's done, we'll be back with Map 3 between Admin Aces 2 and Windmill 2 in the Grand Finals.
Actually getting out scot-free there with the whole hog being invested and the barrage into the backline. It looks like RQT wants to try and win this, and it's going to do just that. Drayton goes down, and so does Azzy and Titan. It's completely going wrong here from popular demand as we're on 90% and draw 2. They have ultimates to spare.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Means that Reborn has the ability to flank around the side, go for a hook onto him. A great timed anti-nade from
Hello, welcome back to the grand finals of the Beta Brawl, the first Overwatch 2 tournament right here at the Bad Patch Amari League. This is the upper bracket, this is the A-League grand finals. We have just seen off stream the B-League finals conclude. It was I don't think it was almost a reverse sweep, someone's going to have to correct me, but it went to a map 5 on Oasis and Draw 2 managed to take it, so congratulations. They ran away as comfortable winners in the B-League Snowdown event, and now in the next one, right in Overwatch 2, they pick up where they left off, so congratulations to the Draw org. Luca taking the dub once again, Reborn taking the dub once again. So congrats to them, commiserations to Unpopular Demand too, but that team definitely, I would say, exceeding expectations. They, I don't think many people touted them that highly going into that tournament, even though it is a Beta Brawl, but should be proud of the run that UPD went on, and as I said, commiserations to them, because no one wants to lose in the map 5 of a grand finals. But back to this game, Windmill 2, Admin Aces 2. This next map is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. Could we see a map 5? It could potentially be on the cards. What do you think?
I think it's definitely possible. These two teams have done a great job all series of constantly providing challenges to the other. We've seen a lot of good hero swaps, a lot of good counter picks. Specifically, last map on Midtown, Admin Aces 2 bringing out the Zarya from Cypher. A great response to Dust's Doomfist, and playing a comp of their own, not just counter picking, like you said, bubbling the Reaper constantly. Taking engages on their terms instead of waiting for Dust and Wi-Fi and Dubu to come in and wreak havoc in the backline. So for Watchpoint Gibraltar here, I'm expecting to see more of the same. Maybe we'll see these teams come out on their comfort picks, and then as the map goes on, we'll start to see those compositions evolve as changes are necessary. Or, maybe we'll just see a disgusting full hold, as it seems to be typical on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
You never know. I think with the ability to take up space with 2 tanks, obviously only being 1 in the lobby now, it might be a lot harder. One thing I will say is Admin Ace's comp is definitely a lot more nerfed going into this map because of the verticality of Watchpoint Gibraltar. We know it's all about blue box. I imagine in Overwatch 2 it will continue to be about blue box there. We're going to see the Overwatch flag flying high. And well, if you're just joining us for the first time from the B stream, welcome. We are currently 1-1 in the upper grand finals. My name is Jason, your play-by-play tonight, and alongside me for play-by-play is I've forgotten how to properly pronounce her name. Sorry again. It's
Zizzy. It's Zizzy.
Yeah.
Someday everyone in BPL is gonna know my name, I promise. But for now, I guess I'll just be a caster for today's match, which is just as good.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the gates open here, it is going to be Windmill 2 on the attack. It's going to be a bit confusing, so if we get the names wrong, please don't roast us for it. It's a blue team branding with a red team in the lobby, and it's red team branding with blue team in the lobby. So I hope you guys understand that it's going to be potentially a bit of a mix-up, but it's going to be interesting comps here coming out. What do you think of these, ZZ?
I really like it. I've been a huge fan of any Winston comps in Overwatch 2, and I love to see Dust on this pick. I think he played it a lot during Sub Tourney 5, and he's just going to continue to jump on this high ground with the support coming in from Paul's Ana. Means that, again, Dust just rotating to the high ground over and over again. No kills coming out, but just disrupting Admin Aces 2 enough that they can push the cart past this first corner and start making some progress through the car wash.
Yeah, they're going to. It's going to be a bit of a scrap for both of these tanks here on the point. Unfortunately, though, Dust is backed up by the rest of his team, and the Admin Ace's main tank falls. They get demexed. I mean, that's not really going to be enough to hold space. Is the Baby Diva. They get bubbled. Cypher should go down any second now, and along with him, the rest of Admin Aces 2 and Windmill. They come out, they still play the Genji, but now it's occupied by Dubu. Wi-Fi shows his versatility over on the Tracer. Dust picks up that Monkey, and Windmill 2, they're going to hit a nice dive, gives themselves 5 minutes on the time bank as they go into second.
And unsurprisingly, Cypher is going to make the swap over to Winston. Bolting electing to stay on the Moira for the time being, which is a bit of a choice pick. I think Ana generally is just a better overall healer, especially on dive comps, but Windmill 2, or Admin Aces 2, not wasting any time. They're just going to push in with the Lucio, try and stack as a Brawl here, and they do find 2. Dust grabs Gavin in the meantime, popping the Primal to try and keep the fight going, but Admin Aces 2 has a nice 5-man comp, although Dust finding Bolton Cake in the end, traded out by Cypher. For now, Windmill 2 pushed back, but wow, again, just finding points, finding picks in the neutral. This Brawl taking a long time for both teams.
It's a really nice flip actually from Admin Aces. Just Windmill went full send. Sorry, Admin Aces went full send at the start of that fight. They went for the full rush. They just dive bombed the room and they managed to get a nice pick thanks to the girl boss power that came from the damage orb from Bolton Cake on that Moira. But unfortunately, Windmill didn't quite manage to throw it back. This is 3 ultimates committed.
Wow.
From Admin Aces though, but luckily for them, I mean, look at the end of the fight. Dubu's blade is down, D's beat is down as well. Admin Aces, that's a 5k visor. I think 4k at least that comes out from Pear, and now this. Are we going to see this again? Are we going to see this in Overwatch 2 as well? This shuttle hold lasting for like 5 or 4 minutes. What do you think, ZZ?
I think it's definitely possible. At this point, as high ground is just so oppressive, and even sending the Nano Monkey in, they've got a beat to keep everyone alive on the high ground. Dust is just kind of sitting there twiddling his thumbs, trying to pressure out Bolton Cake, but with the fade, they're just going to be able to back out as the rest of Windmill 2 slowly advances toward point. Dubu finding Gavin, and now both supports down for Admin Aces too. They got to play fast here to find picks of their own, but Wi-Fi just grabs another with the Tracer, and with the rest of Admin Aces 2 split, Windmill 2 is just going to push this payload through B uncontested.
Yep, gotta go fast, just like the Sonic game, but it's no green hill, it's a green light instead for Windmill 2, because Admin Aces, their supports were separate, they were apart, they were divorced, and that was prime picking for the assassins of Windmill 2. Wi-Fi and Dubu, those flankers came in, they punished, they managed to clean up those 1v1s, and yes, there's a lot of healing in the game, there's not much peel, but I mean, once you split your support, it's always going to be free picking for these flankers to come in, and now Admin Aces, they've got to go to the door, they've got to go quick, they've got to go aggressive. This is like a dangerous time bank for Windmill 2.
Yeah, and speaking of splitting the supports, Cypher doing a great job with the Primal of just getting Paul isolated. Dust is able to find Gavin though, but Cypher is just going to play right in front of the attacker spawn here, finding some finishing blows as the rest of Windmill 2 forced to retreat a little bit. Looking a little worse for wear, but the Moira heals are there for the time being.
Yeah, and if Paul is going to be going over now to the Moira, as Admin Aces is essentially on a D.Va 6-man, let's call it 5-man. From here on out, they do not have the EMP, but they do have the Coalescence, so let's see if the power of the primary win condition for this comp holds up. Bolton Cake goes in with it, but it's countered by B.
Yep, these beat keeping Windmill 2 nice and healthy, even through Bolton Cake's cleave from the Coalescence. Taking the fight to the point now, just trying to brawl out, force out the fade from Bolton Cake, and with the fade out now, Dubu goes in with the blade, looking for backline picks, but essentially Admin Aces 2 has flipped the point here, and Dubu just kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere, not finding any picks, although he does find Gavin at the very end of the blade. And now EMP out from Paraday, Pear picking up Dubu. All the members of Windmill 2 hacked, taking a little bit of extra damage from the Sombra, but Cypher actually first to fall before Dust with the Primal health, keeping him healthy. And now with a tank down, Admin Aces 2 forced to back up into spawn.
Yeah, it's a scrap on the payload, isn't it? This is a 4v4 all the way to the bank. Bolton Cake just gets Doom stomped by Dust. And now it gives Windmill 2 a great advantage, as I believe they're going to look to push this payload all the way in and keep hold of his time. Like, house drained down significantly. The Death Blossom comes in from Pear, doesn't manage to find anyone as it's countered by the supports. Look at the burst healing from both of these teams. Everyone refusing to die. Finally, Parody gets a swap onto the Bastion, tries to Zephyr impression. Fortunately, does not work out as Dubu takes him down.
And Windmill 2 has just been oppressive on this last point. Bolting trying to pop the Coalescence to keep Pear alive, but it's not going to be enough as they're barely even able to push out of spawn here. Dust just doing a great job at keeping this defender spawn. Cypher's here on the Wrecking Ball looking for some spin to win action, but with no supports alive, they're going to go down very quickly. Pear, no Wraith available. Dubu, blade up, and one by one, the members of Admin Aces fall.
They do. And that's going to be it. Windmill 2 just stacked on the payload for so long. They don't have the most HP in their composition. outside of Dust having that primal range. They've done a lot of sustain and a lot of burst healing, but those flankers are also squishy. But unfortunately, those primary targets, the Admin Aces would want those flankers. They've not been able to be taken down. They've not been eliminated this entire round. They've just been able to play on these off angles and finish off these low HP targets. It's going to be a spin to win from the point on Cypher, but yet again, it's the flankers, it's the DPS. Big impact as we're seeing in Overwatch 2 so far, and it's all about the DPS Windmill 2 here, so they're really clutching this map up for their team.
Cypher doing their damnedest to keep the point alive here. It's a good stall as they get the time bank under a minute, but numbers aren't there, and, well, I say that Parady's able to touch at the last minute and just whittle that time bank down a little bit more.
Yep, so it's not too bad at least for Admin Aces. It's the sunsets for round 1 of Gibraltar. They're going to drain roughly 3 minutes off the time bank as we get into the next round, so it's not too bad. If you're Admin Aces, I think having them complete the map is potentially a little bit scary because of how that overtime stall went by. You would just think potentially if Admin Aces could have managed to find a pick-off, if they'd have recognised that Wi-Fi or Dubu were lacking the cooldowns, potentially Wi-Fi gets caught out without a recall, right? This either they can take him down, they can lapse him, and that completely changes the fight because, as I said it before and I'll say it again, Wi-Fi and Dubu were absolutely hard carrying for Windmill. They're doing so much in these overtime fights to clean up. We are seeing the true power of DPS in Overwatch in their full fruition now that at times he's been eliminated from the game. CC has been lowered down. There has been just less defensive resources to help mitigate the pure killing power that we can see from some of these assassins. And Windmill 2, they're really riding this DPS buff all the way to the bank, and it's given them a really good win condition now as they get onto the defense. Admin Aces have to respond.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to do that. I'd like to see some better rotations from them, as it just seems like they got caught out a lot in those defensive points. So they're going to have to make a change here, try and play the monkey a little bit better than Windmill 2 as the dive comes out from Cypher, trying to take this high ground away from Windmill 2, but eventually pushed off. Parody just looking for some poke damage into the side here. They're going to play this fight nice and slow. Dust up on the high ground, a little sniper monkey action, just looking into the team. Now, the engage out from Cypher, a nice boop from the, keeps them from reaching the high ground though, as Dust forced to retreat, but a nice healing from Paul, gonna keep them alive. We saw that on the attack round as Dust, the first blood on this defensive round finds Parody, but trading out Wi-Fi, both teams down in DPS, but respawns will be there for Admin Aces, so if they can play fast, they'll be coming back quickly.
Yeah, it will be, and I think most importantly now that's going to be Dust and Dubu, I think, taking control of that blue box. It was a great angle to just pincer down on the payload and trap the oncoming push from Admin Aces. It's going to be contested back though. Parody tries to bite off a little bit more than Kinshun. He just meets a firm backhand from the, gets bitch slapped, and the Genji goes down, so that's going to be so much damage threat gone down now for Admin Aces, and I think this is going to be a fight that they're slowly but surely going to bleed out and lose. As I say that, primary pick from Pair.
And that's huge because, like I mentioned, Cypher already back from respawns as Thea has to pop a desperation beat. A nice stick on a pair, though. That's going to be a nice pick onto the DPS line for Admin Aces as this brawl starts to turn into a scrap. Bolt and Cake trying to keep the team alive with the Coalescence, and now the Nano Tracer is out. Wi-Fi looking to put in the work, but the rest of the team just not there as Parody finds Paul in the backline. Gavin, again, going down to the DPS as this fight turns into desperation mode, but now with Pear's tactical visor, it's just going to be a clean sweep. And although a nice zoning primal rage from Dust to keep them from getting any more advantage with that tac visor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great bit of play there to unlock Admin Ace to the point now they're going to get hold of Shuttle, and they've played heavily around this soldier pair and sworn by it for this entire map, and at times it really hasn't worked out, but now is a great opportunity for them to flip it back. Cypher's going to get forced off the high ground. The Windmill have basically just walked in and brute forced control of the boardwalk for themselves. Admin Ace is going to have to respond, and luckily though they do have a blade to do it.
Yeah, Admin Ace is sticking to the low ground, but now they're going to jump in with the blade and the monkey. The backline is suffering greatly as Parody finds two. Wi-Fi, though, trading out Bolton Cake, and now both support lines not available for either team. Cypher and Pear able to clean up the remaining members of Windmill 2, but they still won't have supports for a good while.
No, they will not, but huge Dragon Blade from Parody. That's exactly what you want. The Naked Blade is something that was considered a cardinal sin in Overwatch 1. You just did not do it because the Nano was so needed to keep the Genji alive, but completely different game, and Parody is showing off there with the Dragon Blade. Found both supports so important and really snowballed his team to win the fight, but they bit off a little bit more if they can chew. Did the Admin Aces DPS? They both go down, and now they've got no damage on the point, as the beat has to be committed to keep them alive. But speaking of DPS, Bolton Cake and Gavin, they might just do it on their own, both the supports. They've whipped out their primary fighters, they are the DPS now.
Oh, and they capped the point in the meantime. Good boops from both Gavin and Cypher. And I think both teams used all their ults. Now Bolton Cake, the only one with an ult on Admin Aces, the Coalescence.
Let's just take a moment to commemorate the pure Giga Chad energy from Gavin, Bolton, and Cypher there. Both of their DPS were down. They were down and out, but Bolton Cake and Gavin, they switched on when they needed to. Gavin committed the beat, no fear, and Bolton Cake just went full DPS mode and they cleaned him up. Dust goes down, but yet again, Bolton Cake finds the trade as the support.
Yeah, both teams now down a soldier. Oh, but Bolton Cake getting really aggressive with this Coalescence, beaming down the Lucio. And it works out in the end as well. They're able to get the pick, keep this cart moving forward. Both supports online for Admin Aces. And now they're just going to take this fight to the point here. Dust, the only one able to contest. A nice boop from Gavin, keeps him away from the team. But the Primal now is going to look to disrupt the backline a little bit more, push them away from the point. He's going to have to juggle back and forth between this payload, able to get out by the skin of his teeth, and now Wi-Fi on the high ground with the Tac Visor, looking into the back line. Parody not able to get out with the dash, and the rest of the Admin Aces desperately trying to hide from the auto-aim soldier as Cypher just can't get any work done in the back line.
Nope, weapons hot, and that's a great response from Windmill. They come out with the Visor, and Parody doesn't quite manage to evade as it comes through, and now they get control of the sight lines again, but there's some illegal activities going on there from Bolton Cake on that Moira in these last couple of fights. I mean, this damage that's coming in from this Moira, I'd love to see how much damage he's done by the end of this lobby, because it feels like an illegal amount. Yes, I know there's less tanks in the game, which means there's more time to DPS, but he was just running at V there with the Coalescence. That was quite refreshing to see, to say the least. But 2 minutes 36 left on the clock. Gavin falls down though. Cypher 2 and Windmill looks like they found themselves a trade 2-1. Bolton Cake, he's done it again. He's killed someone before any of his DPS to manage to get the final blow, but too little too late. Windmill just trade it back.
Bolton Cake really said, fine, I'll do it myself. And
he really did.
Unbound left mouse button, told his team, good luck, everyone.
I'm OTF. This is what I expect to see from Alhi when he plays Moira in ranked. Yeah, definitely going on the left-click adventures is Bolton Cake, but this DPS Moira is working out so well for his team, but unfortunately the actual DPS from Windmill just once again too strong in this fight.
Oh, but both teams trading as now a beat comes out from Parody. A nice beat cancel from D, though. Cuts it out a little bit earlier. No one falling to Parody's blade as they just kind of brawl on this point now. And with Cypher on the Zarya, they're going to look to get a little bit more damage done and pressure this Winston more. Primal comes out from Dust, forced to pop it to stay alive and continue contesting this point. But now Pear's rotating up to the high ground with a tactical visor and pops it immediately. Moira Fade forced out. Genji going very low, but able to get out. And Dust actually picks up Pear. Parody, though, finishes off Paul with no Fade available, and Wi-Fi finds Parody, though. Yeah. Wow, Admin Aces not able to get an advantage here.
No, it was almost like a forced visor from Pear, but great primal control from Dust. There was someone there, I believe it was V on 1 HP, who could have gone down and changed the whole scope of the fight. The supports for both of these teams right now, they really are the golden goose. They are the prime target that you want, in particularly Bolton Cake on that Moira. As I said, has done so much and is doing so much in these fights. If you can take him down over anyone else, it's going to give you a great chance to win it if you are Windmill. But Wi-Fi on this high ground, the visor just about runs out, but his aim is still automatic. That's a 3k for the soldier. As Windmill to touch the spawn doors with 40 seconds left on the clock and look to take this map.
And those are really huge staggers. You got 2 more seconds before the Lucio respawns. You won't have a full team fight for another 10. And by the time that Admin Aces 2 gets a point here, it's going to be about 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. so time is of the essence for Admin Aces. They got no ultimates to do it. Paul now is going to go in with the Coalescence and just chew through everyone on Admin Aces. They are the team. They are known by the cards. They believed in the heart of the cards, but unfortunately, it is a straight royal flush from Windmill. The tempo came in off the back of the Coalescence. The overtime wick is just going to go down. Actually, they don't even get the touch.
Oh.
Windmill 2, thanks to a really nice full hold, thanks to some great use of tempo and some great high ground control from Wi-Fi on that soldier. Windmill 2 are going to take just 2-1 up and to match point to be your beta Brawl champions.
And I think this is really a case of positioning difference. Every time we see Windmill 2 take a fight, they're moving as a unit, and every time we see Admin Aces 2 on the defense, they just fall apart. They're scattering to the wind, absolutely no idea where to go, who to shoot at, what to do next, and it's really costing them in these prolonged team fights. And even in just the normal engages, as we saw there at the end, the Coalescence from Paul gets, I think, 3 final blows because the whole team is there to just pile on the damage, and Admin Aces 2 has absolutely no response to it.
No, there is no response. As I said, the only times that these fights were being flipped around was when the solo plays could come in from anyone on Admin Aces 2, any of these DPS support or that one tank. Cypher was finding Graviton Surges in that first map, finding some nice Primal Rages. Pair was managing to get a nice visor off, but unfortunately it was too smothered by Dust, Bolting Cake, and I forget who that Lucio was. Gavin, of course. Gavin made some great solo work, but unfortunately, I think the need to be aggressive from Admin Aces was also their downfall as well. Just there were times where, to avoid the copyright mentioning the name of the film, Gavin was Lee J. Gone with the wind. Sometimes on that Lucio, he was off in all corners of the earth, was in South Vietnam in the trees sometimes, which meant that there was no peel available for these DPS. And I mean, DPS, they are absolutely more important now, aren't they, ZZ? But they are so squishy. And Windmill, they just did such a better job of protecting their DPS and looking after themselves than Admin Aces did. And I think ultimately that was the difference for Gibraltar.
Yeah, and critically, there's a difference between going in quickly and a difference between going in quickly with a plan. And a lot of the times, it just seems like Admin Aces did not have a plan. I think you mentioned that the tack visor we saw from Pear on the high ground was almost a desperation tack visor. They didn't really seem to have a plan for it. It was just, I'm going to go to the high ground. That's usually a good place to tack visor from. And Dust was there to respond very quickly. Most of Windmill 2 was able to just back out of the line of sight. And even at the end there, the tack visor, the soldier died at the end of that fight. So no value gain from what should be a high value ultimate. Admin Aces 2 is really going to need to start to step up their fight planning going into this potentially last map.
Yeah, absolutely. Admin Aces need to respond, and I'm just thinking about the ways that they can adjust, they can adapt, but I think they need to play a bit slower. I think they, as reckless as it seems, they might need to just divert from that soldier a bit more, because yes, soldier's good, but it gets so smothered by the Winston, by the Genji, and whether it was Wi-Fi or Dubu, in that case being on that cyber weeb, that Genji, the power of anime and God truly on the side of the flanker there, in combo with Dust on that Winston, who was ever present and ever solid. They just really couldn't keep that soldier alive long enough to get the value in those fights. And just for anyone that is not familiar with it, one of the reasons that soldier is actually so good now is because, for one, additional armor has been removed from the game, so any bonus shields now, any bonus anything is now over health, which is flat. And for Overwatch 2 has actually been changed the way that armor works. So armor is now a flat 30% damage reduction on any singular damage done over 16. So for a character like Soldier, who does small little ticks, small little pellets of bullets that do, I think, roughly 10 to 15 damage each, it's really good for them because, Soldier just does more damage now. Because you're essentially underneath that threshold, so it's making armor a lot less strong against Soldier because you do so little damage with the individual pellet. And for burst damage over 15, you're getting a 30% reduction, and that can really help mitigate some of the damage. At some point your Reinhardt damage, if you're swinging as a Reinhardt hammer into something like an Orisa who's got Fortify, your damage is effectively halved thanks to that armor. So it's really important to abuse these thresholds, and one of the reasons why Soldier's been so strong in this whole series, this whole beta, is because of that damage threshold that he's able to abuse thanks to the readjustment in armor, ZZ. But I mean, you can't do that if you're not alive long enough in the fight to get a full clip off, and Admin Ace has done a great job at smothering him and keeping him out, and it's forced a response. But as we move over to King's Road, to what potentially could be the final map, Windmill going to be coming out here with a soldier of their own. This is the first time we're seeing Wi-Fi on it. Let's see what he can do.
And Milk in for Cypher on the side of Admin Aces. Looks like we're going back to the old standby for Admin Aces, the Mei Brawl comp. This is a great map for it. King's Row, you've got a lot of nice thin chokes to put the Mei wall up and split off the team. And Admin Aces 2 wasting no time rotating through Hotel here. Dubu's going to look to follow, but deterred eventually as Admin Aces flips the map around, taking control on this point here. Cryo Freeze coming out early from Parity, but Dubu gets caught by the Reinhammer, not able to make it up to the high ground, but Wi-Fi gets a pick on a Bolton Cake. That's a nice pickup. Wall from Parity separates Dust though, able to be finished off, but without the Cryo Freeze, Paul is able just to right-click Parity until they go down. And now it's just Milk on point as Pear comes back on the Reaper, looking for pickups, but the able to finish off Milk, and Admin Aces still doing their best to maintain this fight, but they just don't have enough.
Yeah, Milk double L there. Unfortunately been handed 2 L's there. Windmill, I thought they were really punished, and I thought they potentially had a massive opening considering Dust went down so early. They couldn't really hold space, they couldn't really hold angles, but the damage had already been done. Wi-Fi doing a little bit of egoing there in the chat. New game, same attitude from him, love to see that. Bit of the DPS ego coming back, clearly high on confidence in Admin Aces, so it looks like they're going to try and walk onto the point. Thanks to the shot, and just get a start on the floor. Perfect pick to start the fight for Admin Aces.
That's a nice open shatter for Milk with no shield from Windmill 2 as 2 members of Windmill 2 go down, and it's up to the Genji, the Soldier, and the Moira to recontest if they have a chance here. But with Bolton Cake's Coalescence available, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do much here. It'll be a last-minute stall, but no one able to touch the point in the end as Parity picks up Dubu to add insult to injury.
Yeah, Wi-Fi's going to have to get sprinting because that is a Reaper chasing you down. You do not want that. That's going to be a rocket punch coming in. Wi-Fi managed to get Bolton Cake on the exit, actually. So could this be the re-entry for Windmill 2?
They need to back out of here now or risk losing more players as Dust looks to make an aggressive push here, and without Moira heals, Milk has to do their best to stay alive, hiding off in the corners as the slow healing from Lucio Aura keeps them up. But now with the Moira back on respawns, Dust looks to push back in, but Admin Aces using the Cole now. Wow, a beat keeps Gavin alive through the Meteor Strike, and now Wi-Fi following up with a Tactical Visor. Paul's got the Coalescence out as well. Both TPS ults not finding the Tac Visor not finding much from Windmill 2, but they still have a Blade in the pocket, and without Gavin's beat, this should be at least 1 kill, but the Boops, really good, keeping them away from the team, and now Parity following up with the EMP. Dubu finally the first person to fall in this entire team fight is Windmill 2 with no resources left to expend, have to back out or die, and although they find a pickup onto Milk, the respawn are right there for Admin Aces, and they're going to start pushing this cart towards B.
Yeah, I got flashbacks there for a second, a little bit of deja vu as I thought we were seeing goats. Every ultimate in the battlefield came down, everyone in the lobby pressed Q, and yet no one died. Some fond nostalgia there from that goats era that we're going to be saying goodbye to as Overwatch 2 rolls into the new era for 5v5, and Admin Aces there just managing to push the payload as the Dust settled down. And well, speaking of Dust, he's going really aggressively, gets forced out though. That's a great wall from Wi-Fi. Note has been put on the other side. He's been eliminated as now no Reinhardt for Admin Aces 2 as his payload rolls in.
And Windmill 2 seeming to want to give Admin Aces a taste of their own medicine with Wi-Fi's Mei pick, and that was a nice wall. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum going forward as Dubu finds Gavin again, and Gavin has been caught out a lot in these team fights. It's not something you want to see for a Lucio player, as they're just going to have to wait for respawns once again, and Bolton Cake going down as well, another stagger.
Yeah, Wi-Fi's managed to find him a couple times this map already on the Soldier now. He's done it on the Mei as well, and double support ultimate in the back pockets for Admin Aces too. Their composition outside of the Reaper really lacks damage. It's going to be even harder now. Tempo advantage is going to go the way of Windmill, but it's mirrored. The slam has to be big, and it isn't. And Windmill with the beat, they're just going to try and walk on and clean them up.
Yeah, both support ults coming out from Windmill 2, and a nice shatter from Dust. It's free, it's open. They're just going to clean up here, and were it not for Parady's early death, that would have been a team kill for sure.
Dust has been really showcasing his versatility so far. He's pulled out the ever-present, the ever-comfortable Reinhardt, showed up on the new reworked Doomfist 2, and did a lot of work there, but Dust has been given milk. The work so far is going to turn him into spilt milk, going to turn him into expired milk. At the end of this has been absolutely giving him the MTD here on this map so far. It could get even worse for Admin Aces as the Blizzard comes down.
Admin Aces doing their best to speed past the Blitter, but Wi-Fi still picks up Gavin in the end. As Dust does fall to pair. Bolton Cake getting some trouble in the back line. Dubo able to finish them off, but these teams are not quite as even as the numbers would lead you to believe, as the Reinhardt is still alive for Admin Aces, and yep, the cleave damage onto Dubo is too much.
Yep, there is going to be no Winter Wonderland there for Windmill 2 as the Blizzard that comes down, something that's historically been such a great ultimate in this Mirror Brawl composition, was just sped past by Admin Aces 2, no problem.
Whoa.
They get the hack onto the Reinhardt, the hack slam combo is back. Milk manages to click through 3 or 4 things, Pear puts the Death Blossom in tow as well, and everyone on Windmill 2 is sent back to the farm. They get blown up thanks to the Death Blossom from Pear, and Admin Aces get the hold. Wait, did they get the hold, or did he just not touch the payload? No, they have touched the payload. Okay, that confused me for a second. I thought that they just not capped the point. Anyway, yeah, they get the fight win, and now they're going to roll it through. 2 minutes left. Windmill have got a nice chance to respond there with that all-important kill effort.
Duba looking for this Death Blossom, pops it early, and the Coalescence from Paul is going to keep them healthy, and Wi-Fi again finding Gavin. Now no Lucio speed to back out of here as Parody falls, and Admin Aces doing their best to scramble back to the spawn doors. Moira's still alive, keeping everyone healthy. No more picks falling up, but Dust shatter online.
You're going to have to, Blizzard are going to have to do something about this. The actual company, not the ultimate, obviously, because both of these Reapers all series long have just been inting TP into the backline, and because there's no CC to punish them, they just are not dying. Doobie once again just manages to go deep and find Gavin, but you never know, Gavin might have been off the walls there. Dust managed to find Parody, that's going to be pinned off the map, traded by Dust as Milk gets pinned off the map, but I mean Blizzard was committed for Wi-Fi, so not the best considering this respawn massively favours Admin Aces 2 as they're going to look to take the quick recontest here. Look, they're ready to go.
Yeah, just a bit of a cosmetic Blizzard from Wi-Fi, looking at the sparks, but a pin onto Milk immediately. Milk going dangerously low as Duba already in the backline. Coalescence pop from Bolton Cake, but a great boop from Gavin finds Wi-Fi. No Mei wall available now, so Admin Aces can play a lot faster with a Mei of their own. And with Dubu, Paul, and the only point players left on point right now, Admin Aces is going to clean up, and with the Blizzard almost online as well as the Shatter, this is going to be a dangerous fight for Windmill 2.
And it could potentially be final fight. I think it is going to be final fight, whichever happens, but I mean Admin Aces are going to be very, very confident considering they've got Beat and the Blizzard ready to go. The slam from Dust is blocked. Windmill comes back out with the Bastion thanks to Wi-Fi. The slam comes in, doesn't find anyone. The Blizzard goes down. Is it big? It manages to freeze up the Omnic.
Yep, and that's Wi-Fi going down to the Blizzard, but Dubu and Dust still putting in work as Milk doing their best to stay alive, but the damage from Reaper is so strong right now, and Admin Aces held before they're able to cap point 3 on King's Row.
Yep, absolutely. I thought that was one for Admin Aces. The Blizzard came down, it found 2 or 3 great targets. They were so aggressive in the way that they walked in, but dare we say it, they repeated the mistakes of Gibraltar, didn't they, ZZ? They rushed in too aggressively on to Windmill 2, and they did not have a plan. They dropped target focus, and from there, well, you cannot give them any room to breathe because that Reaper of Dubu just went in and cleaned up as he has done time and time again with this map. This map was the Dust show for most of it, went for some wacky plays, went for some crazy slams on that Reinhardt. Good to see Reinhardt back in. Was always present on this map anyway, but nice to see the playmaking coming in and being able to affect fights as much as he can do. Gonna actually go off it here as he goes on to Doomfist, but Milk, yeah, gonna be staying on the German Hammerman as Admin Aces go to a standard broad comp here to try and hold out the defense. And I think most importantly, Zizzy, I think they're just trying to try and drain the time bank as much as they can.
Yeah, you would expect to see that, Jace, with the Mei out again from parity. They're just going to try and play fights in their favor as much as possible. Get Windmill 2 to come to them. And Dust going over to the Reinhardt, so it looks like we will see a mirror in the end. Interested to see if Wi-Fi thinks they can get some picks out the window, but time will tell as this round is starting up here. And Admin Aces back onto the Mei pick once more.
They're going to stay on the Mei. I think it's always a staple and it will forever be a staple. The length of the wall, perfect. Bolting Cake, there we go. The girl boss strikes again. The girl boss finds another one. The nails really been released here in the full force. Just the damage that she does is actually so good against these squishies because of the burst that can come in, and Bolting Cake has really found his groove here on the DPS Moira so far this entire tournament and manages to really help secure that fight at basically no cost for Admin Aces and really accelerate himself towards that all-important coalescence.
Now Windmill 2 forced to play a little bit closer together. They really don't want to be separated by this Mei wall, and luckily are able to push past it as Wi-Fi walls off Admin Aces with a wall of their own. And now the fight breaking out on point here. Both Reinhardts doing their best to stay alive here and just pummel the front line. Windmill 2 push back into this hotel. Wi-Fi using the wall to keep them alive, but dropped by the shatter, but no follow-up as Dust able to find two and a third one as well. Milk getting the fire strike on a Wi-Fi, but Dust, a fourth elimination, and Admin Aces 2 is sent packing.
Wow, that's a quadra kill for Dust. That is a bunch of names being collected. Paul does actually a really nice job there to catch up in charge of his coalescence. He's going to be able to mirror that for Bolting Cake in the next fight. I'm sure his Asian ancestors are smiling down at him. He's doing them really proud, performing quite well in his grand finals against Bolting on that.
Whoa, that's a great shatter.
Dust again though. Dust is just absolutely smurfing this final, by the way. He's putting people in the spawn room left, right and center every fight. Oh my, Dust, Jesus.
And the doing a little jig on point. The healing is there to keep them alive. A nice stall from Bolting Cake, but the defensive spawn here for point B is so far back. I can't imagine that was worth a whole lot of time in the end.
Nope, it's not going to drain much off the time bank, and Windmill, look at the ultimates they've got ready to go as well. Basically everything apart from Shatter going to be coming up soon. Admin Aces have to respond quickly. They've got to go with what they've got available, but they just walked straight into the Blizzard.
And that's a good wall from Parity, but unfortunately it also separates Milk from the rest of their team as a beat is committed from Thee to just keep this fight going. Bolting Cake desperately trying to return to point, but finished off by Thee. And again, Admin Aces just not finding any eliminations, and with the ults used by Windmill 2, they just, again, don't seem to have an answer for anything that Windmill 2 is pulling out.
They just can't get a grasp back on this fight, can they? They're just being ultimate snowballed and rotated by those Q buttons so well from Windmill, and Windmill are really abusing the fact that Admin Aces have to walk into them. It's going to be a prayer shatter from Dust, doesn't manage to find anyone, but the payload is 3 meters away, and Windmill 2, they are walking it in. They're going to have such a healthy time bank, likely as they clean up this fight, and they only need, what, 20, 30, 40 more meters to go. If they manage to get the full cap, Windmill 2 are going to be your beta Brawl champions. It looks like a case of when and not if for this team right now, because they're playing so well.
Yeah, that beat from Gavin is a really costly investment with 2 members of your team already down, and you're not going to have it for at least another minute and a half. And with both DPS alts soon to be online for Windmill 2, they just won't have a defensive alt, and I expect us just continue to see this stagger continue.
Yeah, I think so too. Luckily though, this has to be it for Admin Aces 2. This is the fight for them. They've got Blizzard, they've got Death Blossom, and they're almost coming up on that coalescence, of course, and it really is going to have to be the big tempo swing, because if not, they're just going to give corner and they're going to have to deal with the respawns. Pair's got to come up big here with this Death Blossom.
And that's a good idea. The Blizzard follow-up there as well. Gavin able to win the Lucio duel out, but now Dubu in with the Death Blossom of their own. Only finds Gavin, though, as the members of Windmill 2 are looking a little worse for wear, forced to back off behind the point without that main tank, but Mei, essentially a tank in of herself, and with respawns now coming back for Windmill 2, Admin Aces 2 needs to make some decisions, and he gets shattered by Dust again! Milk just not there with the shield. Coalescence forced out by bolting to keep the team alive, as no one falls quite yet, but Parody the first to go down to Dubu. Milk has a shatter of their own, and they need to make this count. This is last opportunity. Wi-Fi going down from the shatter. Still not finished off. The support is so good from the side of Windmill 2, and now they have ults of their own. Admin Aces has nothing in the pockets. This is last fight.
Yeah, Dust goes down, but that might have been a series winning wall from Wi-Fi. That shatter came in from Milk. It was huge, it was gargantuan, but they couldn't push through because the ice wall came up. That barrier was so cold, and it was so impenetrable to break through. Admin Aces now, they're on the back foot, they are scrambling, they're going to have to scramble, they're going to have to sprint to the objective because Windmill are going to put 3 on, they're going to put 4 on, it's 3 meters away. Gavin goes off the top rope with a sound barrier, but Pear opens it up. They just might have been able to stall for now.
Yeah, Pear finding that pick with the Death Blossom is crucial, and though Dust is able to get a shatter and down a few members of Admin Aces too, they just have too many resources right now. Flipping the ult economy a little bit back in their favor, but they have to play really smart here if they want to stall out for 2 more minutes.
It's so scary for Admin Aces too, Dizzy, because Parody needs to accelerate towards that Blizzard. Done so well with those walls and that ultimate this series, but they've got to do it before Dubu comes in with the ultimate. Here we go, the Death Blossom comes in, it finds bolting kicked out of Coalescence.
Oh, but a good charge. A good charge. Oh, but it doesn't finish him off, and move on to Dust. Okay. But it's just Milk. I don't think anyone is there besides the Lucio to touch right now, and
no. There we go.
They're just gonna go in.
Windmill 2, they walk it in. It was a great double from Paul to end it. Windmill 2 from S-League to the Beta Brawl, Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. They put in the work. JC was the problem. Being spammed in the chat. Potentially Copium. Anyway, Windmill 2, they are going to run out as your deserved 3-1 winners. Dust, Wi-Fi, Dubu, Paul, and they looked so good as a unit. Some great individual plays and clutches for them. Congratulations to them all, is what I'm going to say, because they looked so good in particular. Admin Aces too, really nice redemption arc from them in terms of the branding, so they are your deserved runners-up as well. They had some great plays, great moments, but in the end, I think Windmill just came up a little bit too well. They were a little bit too prepared. The way they played these Reaper compositions, the way they played around the supports, and we credited the supports. I, in particular, was really high praise for Gavin and Bolting Kick. I think they played exceptionally well, but Paul and Thee also so good, so consistent, so reliable in their ultimate economy as well, and their ultimate investment. Their timings were so crucial, and of course Wi-Fi, Dubu, and Dust as well as the DPS and tanks being as crucial and as deadly as ever. Windmill, your deserved champions. Congrats to them.
Yeah, Windmill 2 really just putting on a clinic for any aspiring Overwatch 2 future professionals. They played a great game, not only individually, like you said, but together as a team. Just some impeccable rotations, some very good alt cycling onto Admin Aces 2 that meant they were able to prolong fights for much longer than I think Admin Aces 2 would have liked. And I think we saw this a couple times on several of those maps. Admin Aces 2, when the fights get long, they're not really sure how to respond, but Windmill 2, just again, impeccable through and through. And we should actually have an interview with them now. The BPL Beta Brawl Grand Finals champions.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Here we go, as they all join the VC. Beta Brawl champions, but alphas in the lobby. Congratulations to all of you guys. Just how does it feel to break out the Reinhardt once again and sort of go with that level of performance? You were excellent today.
Well, I played like shit.
Yeah, he played like shit.
I played like shit.
You should have seen us yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Well, yeah, this is the only game we've ever played that was streamed.
But it was fun. It was fun.
We didn't lose a single match.
I streamed every game on my personal Twitch, but like
Twitch.tv/Dust? What?
Dust
Eats? No,
what?
Twitter.com/DGDH?
What?
No way.
Well, I do want to ask one serious question as well and give you guys time to to ship post and plug the socials. What's different from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 in your opinion? Do you like it? Just thoughts on this sort of first patch for Overwatch 2 that we've got. I just want to hear some thoughts from everyone.
So I'm not sure if you noticed, but there's actually only one tank now. So that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I didn't
There's
notice
5
that.
players. Did you notice there's only 5 players on each team? That's just
No, I
crazy.
didn't.
Also, Bastion's kind of silly. I'm not gonna lie.
We were
Bastion's
gonna
kinda funny.
We could have pulled it up more
They
if they took us to
go
push.
They didn't go push.
We played Bastion on push. That's a fact.
Our Coliseum strat is Bastion Rush.
And it never lost.
We never lost other than that one time. Other than that one time, but we don't talk
For
about
the next tournament, then perchance. Actually, we'll take another question actually before I throw it over to Zizi. The DPS players, Wi-Fi and Dubu. How does it feel? Because obviously DPS has been kind of in a mega low role for most of Overwatch 1. So how does it feel to play in Overwatch 2?
That's cap. But
It feels the exact same.
I mean,
I can answer this. As a
DPS feels
support
better.
player,
As a support player,
I think DPS kind of popped the fuck off. I won't lie.
It feels like kind of the same, except I can play the other heroes that aren't Tracer and like Echo.
Yeah.
You can play Genji and Soldier.
Yeah, you can
Those
play
characters
Genji
are
and
fun.
Soldier.
Lucio's good.
Can I say one thing? Casey was the problem.
So real.
Windmill solos the Snowdown if we don't fucking die.
If we have any off tank that isn't chasey.
Phenomenal coaching staff as well in Windmill too.
Yeah, true. We had Aiden, the god of coaching. He really taught us how to like execute C-site executes and stuff. Really taught us how to use those Astro Walls well. Taught us how to counter the KO knife really well. Really great play from our coach Aiden over here.
Okay. Nice. I'm sure you guys will be set for VCT challenges EMEA stage 2 then.
Yep.
Looking forward to seeing
EMEA.
EMEA. That's just like going. That's like. Why would we do that? That's so rude. That's like NA contenders players going to like South American contenders to farm. Like, it's not fair.
Anyway, Congrats. I'll just any questions, Lucy? Have you got any?
Yeah, I just want to talk to the supports real quick. Everyone on Twitter is saying, "Oh my God, the supports are so useless and they die so quickly." You got that's bullshit, right? We can all agree that's garbage.
Moira doesn't die, but every other character does. Or and Lucio don't though.
Yeah, I won't lie. If I'm not playing Moira, I just get run over and I crumple.
Yeah, Moira needs nerfs. I think actually.
No.
Have you seen how Moira's way too broken?
Oh, they need to get rid of the Moira orb change.
The orb, they need to just revert the orb change.
Shit
It's
is
so
dumb.
broken. The orb change is so broken.
What was the orb change?
It's like slower and it doesn't disappear. You can have 3 out at once. Like it's really broken.
Balanced. That seems balanced. Yeah.
And then Lucio, and then they should buff Lucio in my opinion, but that's what me.
Make
it so when
it 0 times.
Opinion.
The faster you're moving as Lucio, your boop should boop farther. That's just a fact. Momentum exists.
That team fucking sucked.
I love accolades.
Yeah, both of you guys did a really great job today.
Yeah.
I like great alt rotations. I mean, I didn't see any double support alts, which makes me happy. So, great job.
That's a first.
You guys today. I know, right? Especially in this league.
Yeah, there seems to be a bug on Summon.gg. It doesn't say Recurves on our team. He was their flex support.
Yeah.
Give him his accolade. Our Moira specialist, Brian Allen, is not getting an accolade, and I think it's because they're racially motivated, but that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Racially motivated is a white Floridian man. Yes, I think so. But I mean, congrats to you all. Paul, I'm sure you made your Asian ancestors very proud with the W today. So.
Oh yes, of course.
Of course.
Congrats to you. Yeah, well, I'll let you guys all go if you want to. Congrats, Windmill. Looking forward to seeing you guys compete on various teams, staying together, whatever, for the next event as we head into Overwatch.
I'm not playing Overwatch. I'm playing Valorant. What the fuck?
You guys all going to Valorant now?
I'm not playing Overwatch.
Valorant League. What happened to the Valorant League?
What happened to the Valorant League?
It's on the way, isn't it?
At Brad.
It is. On the way.
Right, well,
At Vic, wrap it up.
I'll see you all on Icebox then. Like, good luck.
No!
Not on my team.
Not on my team.
I'm more of a Haven type guy.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go die now. Bye. Oh wait, no, that sounded wrong. Wait, that
Okay,
sounded
wrong. What an interesting bunch the Windmill lot are. Oh my. Well, there we go. That was probably one of the better grand finals interviews we've ever had. I'll throw it over to my co-caster Zizi for some final closing thoughts before I sign us off.
Yeah, just great matches today overall. Really exciting to see what the future of Overwatch 2 can hold for everyone. I just really enjoyable to see that people are responding to changes well, making decisions about how to play comps differently, and hoping to see that in the future. There will be future BPL events planned, I'm sure, for upcoming betas. So stay tuned for that. Keep posted on our socials. You can follow us over on Twitter at BPL_OW. But that will do it for today. Great tournament overall, great grand finals, great casts. And I want to give a special shout out today to production on May Day, International Workers' Day. Shout out to all the laborers. Shout out to all of the non-laborers. Everyone did a great job today. Really happy with how everything turned out.
Yeah, we got Tux here as well for, I assume, some announcements about stuff.
Well, it's not really announcements. It's more like closing words, because I think I've told a few people, but this is probably the last event that I'm able to manage or like create, and I think it was a pretty good one. We threw it together super last minute. But yeah, I've got like a lot on my plate over the next, not even just 4 months, but like the next year. So
You have to finish uni, right?
yeah, I'm working. BPL got me a job for a real life 9 to 5 job.
Oh yeah, of course.
So that's super cool. I'll post about that on my Twitter at some point in the week. But after that, I'm going to uni. So this is probably my last event, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. Yeah, it was great fun. I loved just like throwing everything together, just seeing how it worked, letting people be like free, pick whatever maps they want. It was super cool to see Overwatch 2 after like 2 years or whatever since it got announced.
2 or 3 years, over a decade ago. Yeah. Well, good luck with the Commonwealth Games. I think that is 95, right, that you said.
Yeah.
Talk to me at Insomnia about it. But yeah, well, we're saying goodbye to Brad for now. Unfortunately, I'm sure you'll be around the BPL community nonetheless.
Oh yeah, I'll still be around. I just won't be able to commit as much time.
Yeah. Well then, that's going to be it from us on the stream. No more streams done on, I believe. Stay tuned to BPL. Stay tuned to announcements, because I mean, apparently everyone wants the Valorant League to drop, and I'm sure it will sometime soon. So check the announcements. I don't want to say Valorant soon TM, because obviously I'm not part of Prod and I have no idea. But that is the next event that is scheduled, as far as I know. So as I said, I'll see you guys all on Icebox. Take care. Maybe see you for the next Beta Bash too, and have a good night. Goodbye.
See ya.